Ansonia Milford is now open and in session in his place. The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. We are here today to proceed with the trial of State of Connecticut versus Jose Morales. I'd first like to ask counsel to please place their appearances on the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Edward Gavin for Mr. Morales, who's seated to my left.
Good morning.
Your Honor, Howard Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Durso, Senior Assistant State's Attorney.
Thank you. All right, before we call the jury in this morning, are there any issues that need to be addressed on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have the jury? All right, why don't we bring them in?
Jose, this is what she's going to ask you when you get up to testify right now. Don't be a second.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Attorney Stein, would the state like to call its next witness at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Hartnett McCann.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Good morning. If you'd please step into the witness box and remain standing, Madam Clerk will put you under oath. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Christine Holloway McCann.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. 194.
194. Good morning, Dr. Hartnett McCann.
Good morning.
First of all, can you tell us who are you employed by?
The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the State of Connecticut.
How long have you been employed by the Chief State Medical Examiner's Office?
Since January of 2015, so about 10 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience, please?
Of course. I earned my bachelor's degree from Cornell University in anthropology and archaeology in 1999, and then earned my master's degree in bioarchaeology from Arizona State University in 2003, and my PhD in biological anthropology from Arizona State University in 2007.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you hold any special board certifications?
Yes, I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
And can you tell us, you just used the term forensic anthropology. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what forensic anthropology is?
A forensic anthropologist analyzes the human skeleton to help determine a person's identity through their biological profile, which is their age, sex, ancestry or population affinity, and stature, as well as analyze the human skeleton for any signs of trauma.
So now, in your capacity as an associate with the Office of the Chief State Medical Examiner, are you consulted by other medical examiners' office with regard to things within your area of specialty?
Yes.
And can you tell me, with regard to a laboratory case number 1921392, an autopsy of Christine Holloway, did you become part of that investigation by the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked stage 194, Your Honor, is a report from Dr. Hartnett McCann. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. It is a total of 5 pages. This report is already in evidence as part of Dr. Hayes' report. However, that was in black and white, and this is a color version of the same report that is a part of the previous exhibit.
And I have no objection to its introduction, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Court will accept the report into evidence as well as the number?
194, Your Honor.
194, thank you.
And Attorney Gavin, is all right if the witness has a copy of her report?
Of course.
Fair first witness, Your Honor.
You may, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the monitor on in front of you, Doctor?
It's on.
Showing you up on the monitor as well as the screen. You generally recognize what this is.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the portion of the skull that was submitted to me after Dr. Hayes completed his autopsy. And
I guess my first question preliminarily is, do you recognize stage 194 as being the report that you produced?
yes, this is my report.
And on the last page of this report, do you see your signature on the bottom of this page?
Yes.
So you started to tell us there is a photograph identified as figure 1 in this report. Can you explain to us, first of all, what we are seeing here in figure 1?
Yes, this is the portion of the skull that was submitted to me after Dr. Hayes completed his autopsy. This photo also reflects my reconstruction after I had cleaned the bone from the soft tissue. So this image shows the top view of the reconstructed portion of the cranium, as well as the additional cleaned fragments that weren't reconstructed to the main piece.
Okay, so you just gave us a lot of detail. Can you sort of break it down, first of all, into steps that you perform? So is it fair to say, where I place my highlighter, is that the reconstructed skull that you created?
Yes.
Did it come to you in a series of other pieces?
Yes, it did.
When you received it, the pieces, where my highlighter is, which is the left side of the picture in figure 1, can you tell us the process that you undertook to reconstruct it?
After I received the portion that was submitted to me, I would clean it first using water and a degreaser to help remove the soft tissue so I could adequately see the bone. Once the specimen is dried, I usually just leave it to air dry. Once it's dried, I use a cyanoacrylate, which is a super glue, to reconstruct the pieces of the skull, as you will see here.
Taking you to figure number 2, can you tell us what are we seeing here in figure 2?
This is the right side of the portion of the skull after it's been cleaned and reconstructed. In the top right of the photograph, you can see an arrow and a word, if you can't read that, that says anterior. That means where that highlighter is, yes, is towards the front of the head, the face end. And on the left side of the photo, that is the back of the head. And we are, again, looking at the right side of the head.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, this would be the part of the skull towards the face,
Correct.
and this would be the back side of the skull.
Correct.
So, and we are looking at the skull from the right side of the decedent's head.
Correct.
Now I see in this exhibit there are letters A, B, C, D, and E in this exhibit, figure number 2. Can you tell us what the significance of each of those letters are?
Each of those letters indicates a different impact to this side of the cranium. The letters, while they do go in order from A through E, do not imply the sequence of the impacts. It is just how I describe them in my notes and report. So there's no order of sequence.
And how exactly can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly how you go about determining effectively that each one of these, A through E here, is a separate and distinct impact?
I look for features on the bone that tell me these are separate impacts. Typically, I look for areas of impact that have what I call circular or concentric, which are rounded fracture margins. I look for areas of depressed bone, meaning the bone is pushed inwards. I also look for radiating fractures or fractures that emanate out from a particular point.
So at least, so for now in figure 2, have you identified areas A, B, C, D, and E, in your opinion, are each separate and distinct impact marks?
Yes, each of those that are labeled with a letter are separate impacts.
Going to figure 3, can you tell us what are we seeing here in your report?
This is the back of the head. This is what I call the posterior of the skull. So we are looking directly at the back of a person's head.
And again, similar lettering E, F, and G. Now, we saw E on the previous exhibit. Is this a second E, or is this a continuation from a different angle of the same E?
The E is the same in both figures.
And again, in the back of the head, then impact points that are new are F and G.
Correct.
Next page of your report, figure 4. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
Figure 4 is the left side of the head. So again, in the top left of the photo, there is an arrow pointing towards the anterior or front. That is the face area. And on the right side of the photo, that is the posterior or back. So we are looking at the left side of the head.
And again, there are additional lettering in this particular figure of G and H. Again, do you have an opinion with regard to those as being points of impact?
Yes, G and H are each separate points of impact.
And you started to talk about the several sort of fractures, in terms of what you're looking for. Is G a relatively good example of the type of visual fractures that you're seeing?
G is an example of a linear fracture, yes.
And again, H in terms of, is H depicting again another what seems to be a fracture line?
There is more than one fracture line depicted at H. You can see it kind of looks like an upside down Y-shaped at the top of the letter H. So that is what I would consider a focal point of impact, where there was an impact at the area where those fracture lines intersect and radiate out from that spot.
Showing you figure
This is a closer view of impact A, which was on the front right side of the head, and it shows the what I would describe as ovoid or rounded shape, and the bone is depressed or pushed inward. There is also a little bit of hair embedded inside that fracture.
And again, there's a scale that appears to be on the bottom and on the right side of the photograph. Do you put that there to provide scale to somebody looking at this photograph?
Yes.
And is that a round, depressed mark, which you have referred to approximately 1 inch in diameter?
I actually use centimeters, and that scale is in centimeters, and it is about 1.5 centimeters by 1 centimeter.
So going back now to figure 1 on the first page, I believe your testimony was this is sort of the final reconstruction of the skull. Was my understanding correct?
Yes,
And that's on the left.
correct.
And that's what you, in your subsequent figures in your report, were referring to, where you were labeling all of the letters.
Yes,
Now, on the right, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, what appeared to be pieces that are separate on the side of the photograph. What are those?
those are fragments of the cranium that I could not reconstruct due to some areas of missing bone, especially on the right side and the back part of the cranium.
So after you constructed then the fractures that you were able to piece back together on the complete skull on the left, there were some pieces that you couldn't put back into the skull
Correct.
because you were missing bone, but to be able to show where they came from?
Correct.
So, doctor, based upon your reconstruction of the skull of Christine Holloway with regard to case number 19-21392, do you have an opinion based upon a reasonable degree of medical or scientific certainty as to the minimum number of impacts that caused these fractures on the skull of Christine Holloway?
Yes, there's a minimum of 8 blunt impacts to the cranium.
And in terms of being at a minimum, is there the possibility that there were more?
Yes, there is the possibility that there were more, especially on the right side where I do have some areas of missing bone.
Is it due to the lack of bone that you cannot make a conclusive determination as to where bone is missing?
It's possible that some pieces were not recovered or were not submitted to me, and also the autopsy cut separates out part of the bone that sometimes I can't reconstruct it fully. So there may be an absence of bone in that area where there's more than the impacts that I have described in the photos.
So you describe it a minimum of 8 impacts.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Hi, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you? Just one question for you. Dr. Hartnett McCann, despite your reconstruction efforts of the skull, which was introduced as the exhibit, you can't tell us how Christine Holloway sustained those injuries. Is that correct?
I cannot.
Thank you. No other questions.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may exit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please watch your step across the floor.
Thank you.
Does the state wish to call any additional witnesses?
At this time, Your Honor, the state of Connecticut would rest its case.
All right, Attorney Govin,
Your Honor, I have a substantive motion for the court at this time.
I understand. All right, court is going to ask the jury to please exit the courtroom. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please show the jury to the jury deliberations room at this time. Thank you. Thank you. May I see counsel sidebar, please, just for a moment? Motion to the court outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, thank you for that
Certainly.
opportunity, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this juncture, the defense is making a motion for judgment of acquittal pursuant to Connecticut Practice Book Section 42-40 and 42-41. The basis for the motion, Your Honor, is the evidence that was submitted by the state at this juncture, and they have rested, does not reasonably permit a finding of guilty to the charge of murder or tampering with evidence. So it is the request of the defense that the court grant motions in regard to both those charges. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Stein.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, pursuant to law, the state would oppose the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal, looking at the evidence that's been presented in a light most favorable to the state. I believe that the state has provided a preponderance of evidence together with the reasonable inferences that the trier of fact may draw from that to believe that the defendant is otherwise guilty of murder and tampering with physical evidence.
All right, Attorney Stein. All right, in ruling on a motion for judgment of acquittal, the trial judge must determine whether a rational trier of fact could find the crime proven beyond a reasonable doubt. A determination of whether the evidence could reasonably support a finding of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not require a court to ask itself whether it believes that the evidence at trial established guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the relevant evidence or question is whether after viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I did, of course, anticipate the defendant's motion as it is commonly made at the close of the prosecution's case in chief. Wherefore, I did receive and review pattern jury instructions. I took notes during the entirety of the state's case in chief. I did receive and review those notes. Additionally, I took a look at the statutes and reviewed the elements relevant to the two crimes charged in this case. And after careful consideration of the evidence presented at trial and the logical inferences that can be drawn from the facts, the court does find that the jury reasonably could conclude that all elements of the crime of each count, that is the crime of murder and the crime of tampering with evidence, could be proved. Therefore, the court's decision is to deny the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. So after finding the jury reasonably could conclude that those crimes could be charged, the next step, Attorney Gavin, would be for the defense to decide if it wishes to present a case.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this juncture, I represent to the court that we are presenting evidence. For our agreement yesterday, I have Dr. Frazier here at 11 o'clock, and I would inquire of the court if this would be an appropriate time to canvass my client regarding his election to testify. I don't know if you want to do that now or you want to do it after Dr. Frazier.
Okay, so why don't we do that now? I can talk to the defendant if he is in a position to make that determination. Why don't we do that? And I will revisit it just briefly before the defendant takes the stand, if in fact that is his choice, once I canvass him. All right?
May I just briefly be heard, Your Honor?
Certainly.
As of this moment in time, it is the state's position there is no evidence of PCP usage in the evidence. Dr. Frazier being called first is an accommodation to the defense because Dr. Frazier has scheduling issues which will make him unavailable tomorrow. and thereafter for a continued period of time. So I believe the court is going to canvass the defendant because without subsequent testimony in front of this jury with regard to PCP usage, Dr. Frazier's testimony would not be relevant to the proceeding. So with regard to this is an accommodation and a failure by the defendant to be able to link evidence, the state will move to strike.
Okay. Attorney Gavin?
Your Honor, I appreciate the accommodation. Obviously, we accommodated the state during the course of the trial to take witnesses out of order, and Attorney Stein's representation regarding scheduling is correct. I've advised my client that, and we'll go through the canvas, but just to respond to that issue, I've advised my client that the state is accommodating us having Dr. Frazier testifying, and that Dr. Frazier's testimony potentially would be stricken if Mr. Morales doesn't want to testify. But Mr. Morales has made it clear to me, and the whole case has been structured in anticipation of his testimony. So if the court, if you think this is a reasonable time, I'd appreciate if we could go through the canvas regarding his election to testify.
All right, so the court just wants to document and thank counsel for their reaching an agreement relative to accepting the expert testimony outside of the nature in which it would generally be presented without argument on the court as to the issue. So I appreciate that. If something changes, the court would entertain motions and those would be decided at that time. Having said all of that and having you both document the record, the court is in a position to canvass Mr. Morales if Mr. Morales is ready. But at this point in time, what is your understanding of Mr. Morales's intent to testify here?
He's prepared to testify today.
Okay.
I just have to put a couple of minor points on the record. He's been advised that his testimony is memorialized and that his testimony can be used for any subsequent prosecution if the state went ahead and decided to do that. So he's aware of that fact. He's indicated to the defense team that he wants his opportunity to go ahead and present his version to the jury, which he is entitled to, and he's prepared to go ahead and do today. I've explained to him the risks of going ahead and doing that he's under no constitutional obligation to go ahead and testify at this juncture, and that no adverse inference would be drawn from the fact if he elected not to testify, but he clearly wants to testify. It's my intention, Your Honor, subsequent to the testimony of Dr. Frazier, to go ahead and put Mr. Morales on and have him testify at that juncture.
All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Morales, I am going to address you personally at this time, pursuant to our case law, just to make sure that you have an understanding as to your constitutional rights and that you've made the decision knowingly and voluntarily, and having had the appropriate information. I do accept your attorney's representations on the record, but I have to go through some of that information with you individually. So, Mr. Morales, after consulting with Attorney Gavin, is it your decision to testify in this trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you understand that you are not obligated to testify, sir?
I understand.
Do you further understand that if you chose not to testify, the fact finder will be instructed to not draw any adverse inferences from your choice not to testify?
I understand.
Do you also understand that your right to testify or to not testify belongs to you alone, and that no one, including your counsel, can prevent you from testifying or force you to testify?
I understand.
And do you feel that you've had enough time and opportunity to discuss this decision with counsel, including any strategy concerning your right to testify or to not testify in your case, and the advantages and disadvantages of testifying?
I have.
And have you understood the information as it was provided to you by your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. So is it your personal decision to testify, thereby waiving your right to not testify in this case?
It is my personal decision to testify.
And you are making this decision voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
No one has forced or threatened you concerning your decision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you understood all of my questions?
Yes.
All right, court finds the defendant has chosen to testify and has effectively waived his right to not testify, and he has done this knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. So that concludes the court's canvass of the defendant regarding his willingness and desire to testify in this matter.
Appreciate that, Your Honor.
All right, so my understanding is that your next witness, however, is available at the court's direction at 11 o'clock.
That's
We
correct.
were not sure how long this process would take this morning.
That's correct.
So we are going to go ahead. We will break until about 11:10, give you some time to make sure that your witness is here, get everything in order, including your exhibits, other documents, et cetera, if that's applicable. So the court is going to recess between now and 11:10. The court does hope to come back on the record at 11:10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank
Court
you very
stands in
much, Your Honor.
recess.
Now in session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
I am.
Oh, okay, that's right, we need the defendant.
And yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, as soon as we have Mr. Morales present in the courtroom, we'll go ahead and bring the jury in. Okay, thank you. I'll just remind counsel to adjust their microphones so they're straight up. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. I would ask counsel to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, we are ready to proceed with the defendant's case. It is my understanding that the defense is going to be presenting evidence. Attorney Gavin?
That's correct, Your Honor. May I just be excused, my witnesses in the hallway?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Eric Frazier.
All right, thank you. Dr. Frazier, please come on up. Take the witness stand to remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath, okay? Thank you.
Do solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
It's Dr. Eric Fraser, Frazer, 216 Crown Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dr. Frazier, that microphone records, it doesn't amplify well, and there are two big fans here, so we ask all the witnesses to please keep your voice up even louder than maybe you're used to, because in the back, the gallery can't hear us from up here.
Understood.
All right, sir? Thank you. Dr. Frazier, I want to go through some of your background first. Do you currently hold any license within the state of Connecticut?
I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
Okay, and tell us, what is a licensed clinical psychologist, sir?
It's a specialization in psychology that's recognized nationally in the field of clinical psychology, and that's the license that I hold and practice here in Connecticut.
Okay, and as a clinical psychologist, do you see patients? Do you evaluate patients? What exactly do you do in your practice as a licensed clinical psychologist?
Yes, so I should also make the distinction that I have an area of expertise and specialization called forensic psychology, so I'm recognized as a clinical and forensic psychologist, which essentially encompasses what I've done for the totality of my professional career, working as an evaluator or a court-appointed evaluator, and sometimes in instances like this, as an expert witness.
Okay. And the term forensic, could you tell us what that means, please?
Yeah, forensic is an area of academic concentration in the area of psychology. People who get advanced degrees in clinical psychology can specialize in that, and then you are recognized as a clinical forensic psychologist. It's the intersection between psychology and the law. So in a day in, day out basis, the area of my work is almost always court involved in some capacity.
Doctor, let's just zip through your educational background. Do you hold a bachelor's degree?
Yes, I do.
From where?
Fordham University.
Okay, and what was that degree in, sir?
Psychology.
Okay, and then did you matriculate into a master's degree?
Yes, and then a doctoral degree.
Okay, and where did you attend for your, let's start with your master's degree, sir.
That was at Miami Institute of Psychology.
Okay, and when you say you got a master's, was that in clinical psychology?
Yes.
Okay, that was the concentration of the master's.
Yes.
All right, and then, sir, I think you just told us that you also have a doctorate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you obtain the doctorate degree?
Same institution.
Same institution. Okay, and how long ago was that?
A long time. But I completed my program in 2001.
Okay.
That's when I earned my doctoral degree.
Okay, so 2025, about 24 years. Does that sound right?
At least.
Okay, that's wonderful. Doctor, do you have an appointment as a fellow at the Yale University School of Medicine?
Well, I did. That's where I completed my pre-doctoral work and my postdoctoral psychology fellowship. So the postdoctoral fellowship is a year of additional training and practice under the supervision of other professors. And then afterwards, I was fortunate to be appointed as an assistant clinical professor there as a part-time voluntary faculty, which I've maintained through the present time.
Okay, and sir, as an assistant clinical professor at the Yale School of Medicine, what do you do there for the institution?
Every training cycle, I'm appointed a psychology fellow who I provide supervision for. I provide seminars by invitation at various points during the year, and I also consult with other organizations within the institution when requested.
Do the students in the Yale School of Medicine matriculate through various programs there?
So the individuals, the graduate students that I supervise, they're essentially training to become psychologists like myself, clinical psychologists. So they are in the clinical psychology fellowship program as interns, and then some continue on as postdocs, postdoctoral students, and those are the individuals that I regularly see each year.
And you've held that position, I think I heard you just say, for about 22 years, is that correct?
Since 2003.
Okay, great. And sir, have you also served as an adjunct professor at any other institutions?
Yes.
Where?
One was at the University of Hartford, and the second was at Quinnipiac University.
Okay. Sir, do you maintain a private practice as a clinical and forensic psychologist?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us where that is and what your practice involves.
Yes, so as I testified to earlier, I routinely conduct evaluations of children, adolescents, adults in various court-involved matters. That could be in family court, it could be in civil court, juvenile court, criminal court, and sometimes in probate court. So in many of those instances, I evaluate people or I consult on cases with law firms or lawyers. And then in some instances, those engagement result in my expert testimony in those courts that I described.
All right, thank you. Sir, have you provided expert witness testimony in the past in criminal courts?
Yes.
And how about in the civil courts?
Yes.
Juvenile court?
Yes.
And I think you also mentioned the probate court. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Frazier, were you retained by my office as an expert witness in the matter of State versus Jose Morales?
Yes.
Okay. And were you compensated for that, sir?
Yes, for my time.
Okay. And how were you compensated?
Payment from your office.
Okay. The check didn't bounce.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. And sir, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what was your assignment when you were retained as an expert in this case?
Yes, so it was similar to most engagements in which I'm provided a large amount of documents to review, and in this particular assignment, specifically to focus my attention on PCP.
Okay. Now, Doctor, in your professional experience, have you treated patients that have used PCP?
It was a long time ago, back when I was a predoctoral and postdoctoral psychology fellow, but treated, so that would be the treatment distinction, meaning therapy of some sort. Afterwards, I haven't done any treatment or very, very little, and not specifically with that type of, with addiction. My involvement with PCP afterwards were specifically in the context of evaluations.
Okay. So, Doctor, the assignment that you undertook here, this was not the first time that you became familiar with PCP use. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Now, we're going to go slow here. And, Doctor, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is PCP?
Yeah, PCP is a very dangerous drug. It's a controlled substance.
Okay. And, Doctor, is PCP a prescribed medication where you would go to a druggist or a pharmacy and obtain PCP?
No, it's what we would call a street drug because of its high level of danger, high level of toxicity.
And, sir, is PCP what's called a controlled substance like cocaine or heroin?
Yes, and it goes by the name phencyclidine, but on the street it's sometimes referred to as angel dust, things like that.
Okay. So street drugs have street names, is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said things, PCP can be known as angel dust, for example, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you know, how was PCP originally developed for what use?
Yep, so it was originally developed back in the 1950s, and it was used mostly in veterinary medicine.
Okay. And was it an anesthetic for the animals in veterinary medicine?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell us what an anesthetic is.
So technically it was called a dissociative, it's been classified or referred to in the research as a dissociative anesthetic, which is basically a substance that basically numbs the nervous system and changes the nervous system, has effects on perception, things of that nature.
Doctor, can the ingestion of PCP cause mind-altering effects?
Yes.
Okay. In what degree?
So this particular controlled substance is well known for causing mind-altering effects, very harsh mind-altering effects, breaks in reality, loss of perceptual functioning, meaning using your perceptions, your senses accurately, correctly. And
could you give us an example? I don't mean to interrupt. Could you give us an example of that?
So some of these distortions and breaks in reality that are a consequence of PCP ingestion include things like delusions. Delusions are false beliefs. It also includes symptoms like hallucinations, seeing things or hearing things that are not real. And those are essentially what we typically would see in individuals that suffer from a psychiatric illness called schizophrenia, which we broadly refer to as psychosis. So you may hear the word psychosis or a psychotic break. Those are the kinds of symptoms associated with the illness schizophrenia. But with respect to the PCP substance, those symptoms emerge when people take and ingest PCP.
Can PCP cause hallucinations?
Yes.
Distorted perceptions of reality?
Yes.
Can it cause distorted perceptions regarding
At this point
sounds?
to the leading, Your Honor, he's leading the witness. The witness should be able to testify as an expert from his own memory without it being led to him.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right, so the question is withdrawn. They were leading. I will go ahead and instruct you to carry on then, since it was withdrawn.
Doctor, in regard to your discussion there with hallucinations, can you just indicate for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the use of PCP can affect your ability, your auditory ability?
So PCP affects the auditory ability essentially like I was describing before. It causes hallucinations, meaning hearing things that aren't real, that aren't actually present in that moment. So that is an example of a break with reality. Reality is what's happening in front of you.
Doctor, can PCP be ingested in a variety of ways?
Yes.
Okay, and just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how.
So most often it's smoked, but it can also be snorted, and it can also be used, it can also be ingested through intravenous, with a needle of some sort.
Okay. Doctor, please, I'm sorry if this is repetitive. I just want you to tell us what a hallucination is.
So in general, there's the two most common types of hallucinations are auditory hallucinations, which I already discussed, and also visual hallucinations. There can be other types as well, but those are the two most common. Visual hallucinations are seeing things that aren't real. In other words, imagining that you are seeing something that isn't actually there and believing that it is there.
Sir, you indicated earlier that PCP is a dissociative drug. What does dissociative mean?
Yes. So dissociation is a clinical term, which means that you are not present in the moment. You are not actually perceiving things accurately in that moment. So it's often discussed as sort of like a phenomenon of daydreaming, except that that daydreaming experience continues. That's dissociation.
Sir, can PCP be an addictive drug?
It is an addictive drug.
Okay, and tell us what addictive drug means.
Yeah. So an addictive drug essentially means that when someone ingests a substance, it has an effect on them that changes their behavior, their thinking, their feelings. And when they stop using that drug, they go through an experience in which they have desire, what we call cravings in the addiction field, to go back and use that substance to have the same effect. Over time, it develops into what we call tolerance, which means that they need a greater amount of the substance to have the same effect. And this is what leads to dependence.
And can the drug PCP come in varying strengths?
Yes.
All right. Doctor, you had mentioned this earlier. Just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, what is schizophrenia?
Schizophrenia is a psychiatric illness, and it is primarily hallmarked by delusions, false beliefs, and hallucinations, which I already discussed.
And doctor, what's paranoia?
Paranoia is a clinical term, and it's generally a clinical term that describes people that are highly suspicious about something harmful happening to them.
Okay. Doctor, if an individual were to ingest PCP repeatedly over a 4 or 5 day period, what effect would you expect to observe?
So ingesting any substance over several days means that the substance stays in the body. It stays within the brain, depending, of course, on the frequency of use and depending, of course, on the amount of use. So repeated use over a period of days with PCP means that there would be an ongoing experience of intoxication from the substance in the body.
Okay. And doctor, what effect does the repeated use of PCP have on the user's memory?
Yeah. So it's been well researched in peer-reviewed articles and hospital data and the National Institute on Drug Abuse that people who ingest PCP very frequently experience what's called PCP-induced amnesia, which means that they forget the experience. Some individuals forget the experience completely while they're intoxicated, so while the drug is in their system, and some individuals experience partial amnesia. So while they're intoxicated, they do not remember part of that period of time. They have no recollection of it.
So if I understand you correctly regarding the PCP-induced amnesia, it can be short in duration or long in duration, is that correct?
It varies based on a couple of factors. So one of the factors would be how much of the drug was actually ingested, over what period of time, was it repeatedly ingested, and that would have varying effects depending on those factors.
And also, I take it the strength of ingesting the drug.
Objection, Your Honor, he's leaving, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Which one? Doctor, can the, what other factors regarding the strength of the drug?
Same leading, Your Honor. What are the factors?
I haven't finished the question. But
Let me hear the whole question.
yeah, what other factors can lead to PCP-induced amnesia?
Overruled. You may answer.
So just to clarify and maybe reemphasize, so the PCP...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's non-responsive. He's now, he's attempting to clarify. There is no question pending asking him for clarification.
All right, so
would
I
ask that
would
he answer the
instruct
question that was asked.
Attorney Stein, sustained. I would ask the witness to please answer the question.
We have the question read back by the monitor, please.
Certainly. Madam Monitor. You may answer.
So just to clarify and maybe reemphasize, so the PCP...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's non-responsive. He's now, he's attempting to clarify. There's
Take your time.
objection, Your Honor. He's leaving.
Sustained.
Which, Doctor, can the, what other factors regarding the strength of the drug?
Same leading, Your Honor. What are the factors?
No, I believe he finishes the question. If you
Yeah.
could just continue. Thank you.
You're doing fine.
Overruled. You may answer.
So
Is that where you wanted to start though?
It
Yes.
was the question,
What other
PCP,
factors?
yeah. Induced, yep, amnesia.
Thank you. I know it's difficult. I apologize. Thank you.
Amnesia, it can be short in duration or long in duration, is that correct?
it varies based on a couple of factors. So one of the factors would be how much of the drug was actually ingested, over what period of time, was it repeatedly ingested, and that would have varying effects depending on those factors.
And also, I take it the strength of ingesting the
Objection, Your Honor. He's leaving.
Sustained.
which, Doctor, can the, what other factors regarding the strength of the drug?
Same leading, Your Honor. What are the factors?
I haven't finished the question.
Let me hear the whole question.
Yeah. What other factors can lead to PCP-induced amnesia?
Overruled. You may answer.
So
You okay? All right,
Thank you.
So, Doctor, the question is, what other factors can lead to PCP-induced amnesia?
there's no additional primary factors.
Okay. Just, if you could just tell us, just refresh our recollection. in regards
Your Honor, I'm going to object to refreshing recollection. He's answered the question.
All right, so Attorney Stein, I understand we're not going to refresh our recollection, but Attorney Gavin, I'm going to sustain the objection to the extent of the formal question.
Okay. Doctor, what's the term chronic mean?
Chronic means for an enduring or significant period of time.
Okay. And Doctor, can individuals, individual users develop PCP dependence?
Yes, they can, and they frequently do because of its strong dependence factors, meaning that people become addicted to it very easily and very quickly.
Great. Sir, what is acute PCP intoxication?
Acute PCP intoxication occurs once the substance is ingested. And the intoxication has a number of symptoms and features associated with it, such as agitation, aggression, psychotic symptoms like I described, such as paranoid thinking or other delusional thinking, hallucinations like I already described, partial or full amnesia for part of the period of intoxication and sometimes thereafter.
Just about done, Doctor. Doctor, you told us that you undertook some research in regard to PCP-related amnesia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did your research disclose, sir?
So the research on substance abuse in general and PCP more specifically is pretty abundant. There's a lot of research that's constantly going on over many, many decades. And the research that I reviewed essentially described what I testified to about today, and specifically about the symptoms that I described today, and that this has been documented in research-based studies, in hospital patients, and that it's consistently seen as an outcome of PCP intoxication. In other words, it's not just the people that I have seen, that I have evaluated, or that I have been professionally involved with, that there is a collective group of professionals, research scientists, practitioners who have documented and published the same kinds of findings.
And Doctor, what's the definition of amnesia?
Amnesia is a form of not remembering, so it's memory loss.
And can PCP users, as you described, have amnesia, and can that be restored over time?
So amnesia is not generally restored over time. Think of it like a tape recorder. The mind is not a perfect tape recorder, and things that are not remembered generally remain that way, and if they are remembered, they're fragmented memories.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Attorney Stein may have some questions for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a 10-minute recess so I can, I've left some materials in my office, and two, I'd like to get some exhibits as well.
Certainly,
so.
that's fine, that's fine. All right, so the court's going to stand in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
session. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Attorney Stein, are you ready to proceed with your cross-examination?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, I'll just remind the witness that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the stand. Madam Clerk, if we could please bring in our jury. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate
Yes, Your
to the
Honor.
presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good, well, still good morning, Dr. Frazier. How are you?
Morning.
So I want to start off just by going back to starting with your qualifications. You are a psychologist, is that correct?
Clinical psychologist.
So that's because you don't have a PhD, you have a PSYD, is that what it is?
Well, my license is in clinical psychology, which is recognized by the state of Connecticut, and my doctoral degree, the actual diploma, is a doctoral degree of psychology.
Okay, but that is a PhD degree, right? You are not a medical doctor.
I am not a medical doctor.
Thank you. And in fact, a medical doctor with the background that you have would be a psychiatrist, is that right?
Could be.
And in fact, a psychiatrist is a medical doctor who is able to prescribe medication, is that right?
Objection to the form of the question and the relevancy.
Cross-examination as to his qualifications.
Did I just finish? I don't mean to.
Hold
stop.
on, Attorney Stein.
Can I just be heard in regard to the objection?
Certainly.
What somebody is a psychiatrist has no relevance here. The doctors testified in regard to his personal credentials and his licensure, and what somebody else's degree is in is irrelevant. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Attorney Stein,
Yes, Your Honor. It goes to credibility. It goes to.
I don't want to, I'm not going to ask you to dispute it in front of the jury. I'm going to sustain an objection relative to his understanding of a psychiatrist. We have a psychologist on the stand.
Is a psychologist able to prescribe medication?
No.
Is a psychiatrist able to prescribe medication?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance in regard to what a psychiatrist can do. He's not a psychiatrist.
Your
I'll
Honor,
allow that question.
is a psychiatrist who is a medical doctor able to prescribe medication?
Yes.
So, what you testified to on direct was, withdrawn. In fact, isn't a clinical psychologist with what you are trained in psychotherapy and therapeutic techniques.
That's partially true, yes.
Okay, well, to the extent that law firms, as you say, consult with you because you are at the cross-section between psychology and law, was that your testimony on direct?
As an explanation for forensic psychology, that was my answer.
So with regard then to the fact that you are paid by law firms to go into court and to render opinions within your field of specialty, isn't that correct?
I wouldn't put it that way. I don't think
It's
that's
a
accurate.
yes or no question, doctor. Can you answer it yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. He's trying
It's
to.
a yes or no question.
Okay.
It's cross-examination, Your Honor.
I'm going to instruct the witness to answer the question. It is a yes or no. You can answer yes or no at this point in time.
Do you need me to repeat the question, doctor?
Please.
So you indicated on direct that you are retained by law firms to go into court to testify as an expert within the area in which you are qualified to testify. Is that correct, yes or no?
No, that's not an accurate representation of my testimony.
A simple no without the further explanation, doctor, on the yes or no question. If I ask you for further clarification.
I'm objecting to Attorney Stein directing a witness here. That's
All right,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
sustained. Ask your questions, counsel.
I'm going to ask the court for an instruction once again to not go beyond the question that's asked.
So I'm going to ask the jury to step out for a moment, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Did the witness step out as well, Your Honor, or?
Oh, no, the witness is going to stay.
you.
So my instruction to the witness outside the presence of the jury, sir, you may be seated, I appreciate that, is that if you are able to respond to the question as a yes or no, then respond yes or no. If you believe the question does not call for a yes or no response, or you're unable to respond, then that's different. We're not going to force you into responding to a question. You can seek clarification or just ask that the question be restated. Attorney Stein,
Yes, Your
if you're
Honor.
going to ask a question that you believe requires a yes or no answer, make sure that it requires a yes or no answer, and it's not a compound question. And also, when we are discussing objections and whether or not we are going to answer that objection, let's please keep the tone professional in front of the jury. I would appreciate that. Let's not interrupt one another and allow the court please to make a decision. And also, let's please be careful with speaking objections and narratives when we're responding to objections while we're in the presence of the jury. Thank you, counsel. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, please bring the jury back in. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Seat. Please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stipulate, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so I am going to strike any question that was pending. If there was a question pending, I'm going to ask Attorney Stein to please ask his next question of the witness.
Did you state on direct, Doctor, that you consult with law firms as an expert to testify in the field that you are an expert in?
Yes.
My question to you, Doctor, is how much of your practice is committed to providing expert opinion to defense-minded law firms?
For criminal matters, most of it.
How about a number, please, Doctor, percentage?
I don't keep track of cases by number. I can't answer it better that way.
Well, let me ask it the other way then, Doctor. How many times have you testified as an expert witness for any governmental entity, whether it's a state's attorney's office, whether it's a district attorney's office? How many times?
Once.
One time. How many times have you testified as an expert for defense-related law firms?
Probably about 50 times.
So this private practice that you maintain outside of your clinical teaching assignments is almost completely dependent upon law firms for your expert opinion.
That's not accurate.
Okay. So now, you indicated, you started to talk to us about PCP. And I believe that you said to the defense, when Attorney Gavin was asking you, that you've been in private practice, or at least postgraduate degree, for approximately 22 years, am I right?
Since 2022.
2022, so 22 to 23 years, is my math correct?
Sounds reasonable.
And with regard to that, you told these people earlier, did you not, that you haven't done any clinical work with PCP-related patients in 22 or 23 years? Is that what you told them?
Well,
It's a yes or no question, please, doctor. Is that what you told them? Yes or no?
Your Honor, can I be instructed how to respond since I can't respond to the question this way?
If that was your, if you do know whether or not that was your testimony, yes or no?
That was not my testimony, no.
When was the last time, doctor, that you clinically worked with a PCP intoxicated patient?
Never.
Never. Dr. Frazier, do you have withdrawn? You told us you are not a medical doctor, is that correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, I testified that I'm not a medical doctor.
Do you hold any other degrees, any special training that you received in toxicology?
No.
So you came in to talk to us today, to these people, about what you know about PCP. As part of what you consulted, did you consult the DSM-5 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition?
No.
Okay. You would agree with me that the DSM-5, as it's known, is sort of the primary reference for people who engage in your profession.
It's one of many references.
You would agree with me that in order to ultimately obtain some type of a diagnostic criteria, that psychologists and psychiatrists would consult the DSM-5 or earlier versions of it to see if their diagnosis comports to the recognized criteria. You would agree with that?
When rendering a diagnosis, yes. And also the International Classification of Disease.
Thank you.
That's another manual.
Thank you for that additional answer. With regard to the DSM-5, would you agree with me, in order for a clinician to that the diagnostic criteria for PCP, phencyclidine intoxication, that they list various diagnostic criteria? Would you agree with me that that is contained within the DSM-5?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the criteria include such things as nystagmus?
Yes.
Nystagmus is some type of an eye movement that someone is able to observe a person who is in the phencyclidine intoxication.
Yes.
Hypertension or tachycardia, is that one of the diagnostic criteria?
It can be.
How about numbness or diminished response to pain?
Yes.
How about ataxia?
Could be.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what ataxia is, please.
It's a physiological response.
In what way?
It's essentially a physiological response that results in a problem with the central nervous system.
Dr. Frazier, isn't it true that ataxia is poor muscle control causing clumsy movement and can affect walk and balance, hand coordination, speech, swallowing, and eye movement? Isn't that what ataxia is?
All of those are possible.
How about dysarrhythia?
I'm not familiar with that in the research.
How about muscle rigidity? Is that one of the diagnostic criteria?
Sometimes that's called catatonia.
Okay. So how would then muscle rigidity differ then from seizure or coma?
With a seizure or coma, there's a loss of consciousness that's usually associated with that. With muscle rigidity, that doesn't necessarily happen.
So muscle rigidity, just by using the terms, would seem to indicate someone who is in PCP intoxication would be very tight, very rigid, inflexible. Isn't that muscle rigidity?
It's possible.
And isn't it also true that the DSM-5 indicates that laboratory testing is useful in determining a person on PCP because it can be detected in their system for up to 8 days?
That's possible.
So many of the things that you talked about, Doctor, on direct, the withdrawn. Doctor, would you agree with me that intoxicants, by their general nature, any intoxicant, reduces inhibition?
Yes,
It impairs judgment.
generally.
It can increase confidence.
In some instances.
So-called beer muscles, right? You've heard that term before, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay. It can impact mood, sometimes wildly.
I testified about that earlier.
You can be euphoric 1 minute and then irritable and depressed the next.
That's possible.
It can create negative interactions with people while a person is intoxicated.
That's common.
It can enhance negative feelings and emotions that people may have.
That's possible.
So let's explore that one for a second. So if I'm angry with somebody and I become intoxicated, my anger may become enhanced beyond simple what the moment called for. Would you disagree with that?
Well, I already testified earlier that aggression is a symptom and feature of PCP intoxication.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer the question that I asked you?
Objection, Your Honor.
My question
Sustained.
to you, Doctor, was, can it enhance a feeling that is otherwise a benign feeling? Does the alcohol or drugs enhance those negative feelings?
It's possible.
And would you agree with me that intoxicants as a general category have the ability to impair memory?
That's possible.
People can become blacked out on a vast amounts of different substances while they are under the influence of the substance.
That happens to some people.
So that this disassociated amnesia that you talk about is not unique to PCP.
It can happen with other substances.
Let's talk about some of those other substances, Doc. How about cannabis?
At high amounts, it's possible.
So, again, is cannabis intoxication covered in the DSM-5?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the diagnostic criteria contained in the DSM-5 under section 292.0 includes the following? Irritability, anger, and aggression is the #1 criteria for cannabis intoxication.
Objection.
Overruled.
So I haven't refreshed myself with all of the pages of the DSM, so I
May I
can't
approach
answer
the
that
witness,
question.
please?
You may.
Would looking at the DSM-5 refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection, please. here, Doc. You're in cannabis withdrawal. I'm over here in intoxication.
Okay, Attorney Stein, you handed in the book. You can retreat back to your counsel's table, and when he is done, you can ask him if it refreshed his recollection, please.
I've finished, Your Honor.
Have you refreshed your recollection, Doctor?
Yes.
Excuse me, sorry.
Attorney Gavin?
I'm just waiting for the question.
Okay.
With regard to the DSM-5 criteria for diagnostic criteria for cannabis intoxication, have you refreshed your recollection?
Your Honor, my objection is this. There's no relevancy to marijuana intoxication. This witness wasn't offered as an expert in regard to marijuana intoxication. It's irrelevant to the proceedings. Thank you.
Attorney Stein?
I'm sorry?
Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor. I would move at this point that we suspend Dr. Frazier and have Mr. Morales take the stand, since I've accommodated the defense with
All
regard
right,
to...
I'm going to ask the jury to step out, please. Thank you. I'm also going to ask the witness to exit the witness box, stand outside in the hallway. Thank you. All right, Attorney Stein, there's a relevancy argument that's been presented on objection. Now you're going into asking for the witness to be suspended. I'm not doing that. So what is the relevancy of the cannabis?
Mr. Morales, in his statements to the police, mentioned on at least one, if not more occasions, that his trip to Bridgeport was for the purpose of buying weed.
Okay, so Attorney Stein, this particular witness has been called to the stand to testify relevant to PCP. If you would like to ask him questions regarding a different intoxicant, perhaps we should lay the proper foundation if you'd like to inquire. If you would like to point out that he does not have that knowledge, that is fine. But again, I'll grant you a little bit of latitude, but you're going to keep in mind that this witness has been disclosed solely for the effects of PCP on the defendant.
Correct, Your Honor, but if the criteria for other intoxicants, which the defendant admits to pursuing, create similar diagnostic criteria for this doctor, the jury has the right to consider that.
Counsel, I understand that, but this doctor was called here for PCP use.
I understand, but
Okay.
if his opinion is based, if he's offering an opinion as to the effects of PCP on a human being, I should be able to explore him with regard to the effects of alcohol, which is another factor in this case. There is photographs of alcohol.
Attorney Stein, first lay the witnesses, you have to lay the foundation, first of all, whether or not he has the knowledge. He's not been disclosed as to having that knowledge. He's here to testify exclusively regarding the effects of PCP. I do not see anything in this disclosure that indicates that this witness has any expertise and or has any intent on testifying relative to other intoxicants. So when the witness indicates that they don't have a memory or they're not refreshed or they didn't review that material, you cannot display the type of display that you did. Hover over the witness here in the witness box while the witness is attempting to refresh recollection. I'm willing to grant you a little bit of leeway in asking him about his knowledge, the effect of other intoxicants, and see whether or not he'll be able to respond to that. So that's fine, but he has not been called here to testify regarding the DSM on cannabis use or any other drugs. He has been called here to testify solely for the effect of PCP. So
It's part of his basis of knowledge, Your Honor. It is.
that is not part of the basis of his knowledge. Okay, so what?
He indicated on his testimony that the DSM-5, which everyone knows with regard to psychologists and psychiatrists.
Attorney Stein,
Yes,
I
sir.
understand that. But what I just saw right here was an expert who needed his memory refreshed on a substance that he was not intending to testify about. With a DSM guideline in front of the jury, you brought him the book, and then you hovered over him. I had to remind you to retreat back to your desk. Now we have an objection as to relevancy, and all I needed to really hear was the response to the objection on the relevancy, and I didn't need to hear it with any type of tone underlying the response. If you wanted to point out to his testimony as to the relevance, instead what you did is you immediately jumped up and asked for suspension of this particular witness until the defendant testifies. All right, so first of all, that's an inappropriate response to the objection regarding relevancy. All I'm asking you to do is respond to the relevancy objection.
And I've responded, Your Honor. I've indicated that based upon my knowledge of the case, the use of cannabis is in my opinion, fair game for an expert testifying as to the effects of PCP, as well as alcohol will be, based upon the fact that there is evidence already in front of this jury with regard to the use of alcohol at 6.5 Myrtle through the recycling container filled with alcohol cans. That is part of an exhibit. States, well, I didn't pull it. And again, I think that it is for a doctor to now indicate that he is qualified to testify as to a rare drug such as PCP and not otherwise qualified to talk about alcohol and cannabis my expectation would be disingenuous of the witness. But I will lay the foundation for it.
All right, that's fine. Attorney Stein, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to cite from the Notice of Service and Disclosure of Expert Witnesses in order to respond to Attorney Gavin's objection, and I will state that Dr. Frazier was notified as a witness who would be testifying as to the effects of a chronic history of drug dependence, specifically cannabis dependence and PCP dependence, and the effect that that has on a user. So I will allow the testimony, but I am going to remind counsel to please note demeanor in responding to objections. I'm simply asking for a response to those objections, and if the witness has to be refreshed, please hand the witness the document to refresh recollection, retreat to counsel's table, and then we'll do it appropriately, ask if the recollection has been refreshed, and then re-ask the question.
I will just indicate to the court, as I presented my book, my notes that were in it, Dr. Frazier was flipping through my notes and not the DSM book that I was asking him to look at.
Okay, well then perhaps we won't provide the witness the notes at the same time of the provision of the book. Is there anything further that the court needs to address before I bring this jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring the jury back in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The jury, could we please bring Dr. Frazier back in?
Stipulate to the presence, maybe.
Thank you. Yes. going to direct you to retake the stand. Thank you. Just going to remind you, please come on up, have a seat. You do remain under the obligations of your oath. Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dr. Frazier, with regard to cannabis intoxication pursuant to the DSM-5, would you agree with me that the diagnostic criteria includes looking for clinical significant problematic behavior or psychological changes such as impaired motor coordination,
Yes.
euphoria,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
a sensation of slowed time,
Yes.
impaired judgment,
Yes.
and that marijuana intoxication can create impairment in short-term memory,
Yes, it can.
difficulty carrying out complex tasks,
That's possible.
distorted sensory perceptions,
That's possible.
and that those effects can last about 3 to 4 hours.
It depends.
And would you agree with me as well, doctor, that alcohol intoxication is another intoxicant that is specifically referenced in the DSM-5?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, Dr. Frazier, that amongst the diagnostic criteria for alcohol intoxication is slurred speech,
Objection, same objection as previous.
Overruled.
slurred speech,
Yes.
incoordination,
Yes.
unsteady gait,
Yes.
nystagmus again,
Yes.
impairment in attention or memory,
It's possible.
that it can create aggressive behavior,
It's possible.
impaired judgment,
Possible.
it can create blackouts,
That's possible.
So with regard then to this concept of dissociated amnesia, right, that can occur as a result of alcohol, cannabis. Those two things can call dissociated amnesia.
Amnesia can occur with those depending on the amount of use.
How about dextromethorphan, cough syrup? Can you have dissociated amnesia with cough syrup?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
Overruled.
I would have to refresh with that.
How about just common, everyday prescribed medications, such as anxiety medications, benzodiazepines?
Well, there's a long list of side effects and warnings that come with all kinds of prescription medication, and we could go through every single medication and go down a list, and there's a possibility, but it doesn't mean that that happens to every single person every single time. It depends on the dosage and the quantity used, and or if it's being used effectively or misused.
Thank you. And that same thing holds true for PCP, doesn't it? What you just said to the end of the question that I asked you, that applies every bit to PCP, doesn't it?
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
Yes, it does apply.
And as a matter of fact, you have absolutely no idea what substance, if any, Jose Morales may have been using the weekend of December of 2019.
Objection, Your Honor. Now, this is outside the scope of the expert disclosure.
Overruled.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
You have absolutely no idea what substances, if any, Jose Morales was using the weekend of December 1st, 2019.
I don't know.
And regarding this concept of dissociative amnesia, you would agree with me that just because a person suffers from dissociative amnesia, that does not mean that they lack the ability to engage in purposeful, goal-directed behavior. Correct? Do you need me to ask the question again?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay? So you believe that simply you are correlating memory, the ability to imprint or recall a memory, that is, in your opinion, evidence that the person cannot engage in goal-directed behavior?
Objection to the form of the question. It's a compound question.
Sustained.
Dr. Frazier, if someone is in a blacked out state, right, does that mean that they lack the capacity to engage in goal-directed behavior?
When someone's in a blacked out state, that means that they're intoxicated, and when they're intoxicated, their behavior is impaired.
Agreed.
And not goal-directed.
Agreed. Well, not goal-directed? So let me ask you this, doctor. Every party that every person in this courtroom went to in college at some point in time where someone became intoxicated and put the lampshade on their head and didn't remember it in the morning, are you saying that that was involuntary, unconscious behavior?
I'm saying what I just said before and testified to, that it's impaired behavior by a toxic substance.
Agreed. And in fact, every one of those people the next morning that's holding onto the toilet and praying that they don't ever feel this way again, that don't remember, are you saying that that was not goal-directed behavior?
Yes, I'm saying it's, like I testified to before, it's impaired behavior and it's impaired judgment. Thinking and reasoning is impaired, meaning decisions are poorly effectuated.
But that doesn't mean that they were not goal-driven. That means that they were impaired, but not involuntary.
Objection to the form of the question. It's a compound question.
Sustained.
Doctor, you indicated that you read through some things prior to coming into court today. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Are you aware that the defense, in response to a demand from the state for the materials that you referenced to formulate your opinions here today, that they provided 3 articles as a sample of what you reviewed prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that one was entitled Phencyclidine Ingestion, Drug Abuse and Psychosis by Jacob and Carolyn? Was that one of the ones you reviewed?
That sounds familiar.
And in fact, that's a paper that was written in 1981, 44 years ago. Would you agree with me?
I would prefer to refresh.
May I approach you?
You may.
Okay, I'm refreshed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Would you agree with me that this paper was written in 1981, which is 44 years ago?
Yes.
And would you agree that you also reviewed a report Phencyclidine Abuse and Crime, a Psychiatric Perspective by Jauman and Jauman.
That sounds familiar?
Would you agree with me, Doctor, that this article was written in 1982, 43 years ago?
I would like to refresh, if I may, Your Honor. Okay, I'm done.
And would you agree with me that that article was written 43 years ago?
It was published in 1982.
This is 2025, am I correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Would that be 43 years ago?
I'm not a math major, but that sounds correct.
I understand. Doctor, would you agree with me that disassociation is a disruption in the normal, integrated functions of memory and consciousness?
Those are features of dissociation, yes.
Doctor, are you aware of the studies, did you review any of the studies that recognize that nearly 1/3 of all people who are accused of violent crime, 30%, claim amnesia for that offense?
I'm not familiar with the study you're referencing, but if you show it to me, I can answer it better.
Sure. Well, let's go on. Doctor, you will agree with me that high stress, stress hormones, corticoids, they can negatively impact the function of brain structures necessary for the encoding and retrieval of information.
I'm not familiar with that particular study that you're referencing.
I'm not referencing a study generally, but are you familiar that stress hormones can impact memory and recall?
Generally speaking, I'm familiar that cortisol is related to stress. It's correlated with stress. And when people...
So,
Your Honor, may I ask?
I'll allow the witness to finish the question. Allow the witness to finish the answer. Go ahead.
That cortisol is related to stress, and when it's elevated, it is usually correlated, meaning associated with people experiencing high levels of stress. And when people are highly stressed, it can impair their memory.
okay. So now, in fact, isn't that concept referred to as a readout? When someone is angry, when someone is upset, they have an elevated cortisol level that people who are highly emotional, highly upset, highly stressed out can go into what they call a readout.
I'm not familiar with the term readout.
Taking out the term, would you disagree a person who is under high stress, highly emotional, and upset can create the stress hormone cortisol that you talked about, and that can cause a disassociated amnesic state?
I'm not familiar with that outcome.
Are you familiar with the research, Dr. Frazier, that talks about people who claim complete amnesia in an event, that is an extremely rare occurrence?
Objection, Your Honor. No. what this witness is offered for is an expertise. This is far afield.
He is.
Counsel, if you'd like to ask him about the research, state the research, and I'll allow the question.
Sure. In a 2017 paper published by the J.M. Acad of Psychiatric Law at 45:147-60, entitled Disassociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychology by Dominic Bourque, B-O-U-R-G-E-T, M.D., Pierre Gagny, M.D., and Stephen Floyd Wood, M.D. Are you familiar with that publication?
I'm not, but if you show it to me, I can refresh and see if I'm more familiar with it.
I'll come back to that after the break, Your Honor, since I only have my own notes at this point. I will retrieve the article for
Okay.
him,
Fine. We'll
but I
move
will
on.
come back to that line of questioning. Are you familiar with the term malingering, doctor?
Yes.
What is malingering?
Feigning symptoms.
Well, you would agree with me that in a person who is making a claim of a lack of memory, that there is a possibility that the person is malingering.
It's a possible hypothesis.
And in fact, you would agree with me that there is testing that people such as yourself can conduct to determine whether a person is malingering or not.
It can be part of a protocol.
Something called the symptoms validity test, is that one of the tests that a person could be administered to determine whether they are malingering or not?
It can be part of a protocol, yes.
Testing of memory malingering, that so-called Tom's test, is that another one?
It can be part of the protocol, yes.
And as a person, you testified for direct that what you do is the intersection of psychology and law. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
That is within your field of expertise.
Yes, forensic psychology.
May I have 1 second, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
And amongst the reasons why a person may malinger and feign amnesia, Dr. Frazier, would be if they are charged in a crime in an attempt to obstruct the police investigation and to avoid responsibility for it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me, doctor, that another reason a person may malinger is that they are ashamed of their actions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me. Dr. Frazier, you will agree with me that PCP is a NM, excuse me. PCP is an NMDA receptor antagonist.
I don't recall. I haven't memorized the molecular structure of all of the drugs that I'm familiar with.
Well, isn't that the portion of the brain, doctor, that PCP directly affects, the NMDA receptor antagonist?
I think the clearer way to say it is that it affects the area of the brain that's associated with perceptual functioning and memory functioning, and then more broadly, cognitive functioning, meaning the ability to think rationally and clearly.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying it for me. So what you're basically saying is that it disrupts neural function by affecting translation.
Objection to the form of the question. That's Attorney Stein's testimony, not the doctor.
I'm asking him a question to see if he agrees with me, Your Honor.
You're asking him if that's what he is basically saying. So I'll sustain relative to the form of the question. If you want to present the question in a different manner, go ahead.
Dr. Frazier, does PCP usage disrupt neural function by affecting translation?
I would say it affects neural function by impairing processes of the brain that I testified to earlier: perceptual functioning, sensory functioning, memory functioning, thinking and reasoning.
So this neural discoordination that you're talking about, isn't that neural discoordination?
I would call it neuropsychological discoordination.
These things that you've been talking about, they are directly linked, as you say, to cognitive and sensory motor impairment.
Objection to the form of the question.
I'll allow it.
That's true.
And thereby impacting function.
That's true.
And the functions that are affected are cognitive control,
That's what I just said.
attention and motor coordination.
I also testified about that.
In fact, aren't these all executive function portions of the brain?
No, sensory perception is not always associated or part of executive functioning. Executive functioning is more associated with fixed attention and concentration and sustaining focus.
Okay? So executive functions are part of the cognitive process, are they not, doctor?
Yes, that's part of the brain process.
In fact, the executive function, don't they often help us regulate, self-regulate, plan, prioritize, and to sustain efforts towards goals?
Executive functioning is associated with those features.
So is it fair to say that executive function is the CEO of the brain, that it facilitates the translation from wanting to do something to actually doing it?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not what he has been offered as an expert.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
I haven't seen the term CEO of the brain the way you're describing it.
But you would agree with me that it facilitates the transaction from wanting to do something to actually doing it.
I'd say it's part of the process from a brain function standpoint.
And in fact, signs and symptoms of executive dysfunction, withdrawn. The key components, as you started to say, working memory, is that a key component of executive function?
It's associated with it.
And that's the holding of information temporarily so that you can work with it?
Yes.
Doctor, is there a reason I'm here and you're looking over at Attorney Gavin?
Excuse me, counsel, sustained.
Working memory, is that holding information temporarily to work with it?
Working memory functions that way.
Response inhibition, is that controlling impulses and delaying gratification?
It's part of it.
Set shifting, is that the adapting to changing demands and switching between tasks?
I'm not recently familiar with that term. I may have read it in graduate school.
That was 23 years ago?
A little bit longer.
How about cognitive flexibility, the adapting or changing behavior or switching between tasks?
I don't understand the question, Your Honor.
Is a key
Excuse me, counsel. So the witness has indicated that he doesn't understand
I will
the question.
re-ask the question
Please re-ask the
differently.
question, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is cognitive flexibility, would you agree that that is the adapting or changing behavior or the ability to switch between tasks?
I would say switching between tasks is an example of cognitive flexibility.
And a person who is cognitively impaired, would you agree that they would have difficulty planning, organizing, or prioritizing tasks?
That's what I testified to earlier.
How about, would you agree with me that challenges with time management and staying on track?
Again, I apologize, Your Honor. I don't understand the question.
You can re-ask the question.
Sure. A person who is cognitively impaired, where their executive functions are impaired, do they suffer from challenges with time management and staying on track?
It's possible.
Does a person who is suffering with an executive function cognitive impairment have trouble task completion and following multi-step instructions?
That's possible.
A person with a cognitive impairment or a executive function impairment, do they have problems focusing, concentrating, and paying attention?
That's possible. We tend
Does-
to call that diagnostically attention deficit disorder.
Does a person with a cognitive impairment or an executive function issue struggle with motivation or initiating tasks?
It's possible.
Does a person with cognitive disorder impairment or executive function impairment have an inflexible thinking and difficulty adapting to changes?
It's possible.
So, for instance, doctor, would you agree with me that a person driving an automobile, that requires sustained attention and goal destination?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Doctor, would you agree with me that a driver needs to maintain focus on the road?
Sustained.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
This is a good time to take a recess. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go into our lunch recess. We'll hope to resume testimony at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right, are we ready to continue on with cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Madam.
Go get Attorney Gavin.
Yes, please.
You're good. You're good.
We also please get Dr. Frazier back to the stand. If the witness could just retake the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we could please bring in the jury. Thank you. You may be seated. Yeah, thank you.
Well, just leave it there, but I'm probably not going to use that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Stein, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Dr. Frazier.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall in the morning session, we were discussing this concept of memory loss with regard to full memory loss versus, let's say, a patchy or a partial memory loss. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I asked you regarding the clinical features of memory loss as to whether a partial memory loss as opposed to a full memory loss had any value with regard to determining whether someone is malingering or not.
Yes, you did.
And would you agree with me that a person who is claiming a full memory loss of an event is more likely malingering than someone who is claiming a partial or patchy memory loss of an event?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not familiar with a statistic about that. Both can happen.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with a statistic on that. Both can happen.
Are you familiar with an article published in a publication called Frontiers in Psychiatry called Testing Claims of Crime-Related Amnesia?
It's possible at some point in time in my career I came across it, but as I sit here today, I don't recall it. But if I refresh, I can make
Sure.
a better determination.
Absolutely. Provided you with a little sticky here in a highlighted section. Here's the complete article for you. The record, Your Honor, Dr. Frazier is reviewing an article entitled Frontiers in Psychiatry, Testing Crimes of Crime-Related Amnesia by an author, Marco Jelic, Jelicic, which was published in this periodical in November 21 of 2018.
Okay, I've reviewed your highlighted section.
And would you agree with me that the author of this article has opined that clinical features of memory loss reported by offenders can shine light on the genuineness of their amnesia?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the author opines that periods of real memory loss have a gradual and blurred onset and termination? Would you agree with me that that is the opinion of this author?
It's one of the opinions in the totality of the article.
Would you also agree that the author opines that amnesic episodes with an abrupt beginning and end would be suggestive of feigned memory loss?
That's another point the author brings up.
Would you also agree with me, the author's opinion, true amnesia usually has, quote, islands of memory, close quote?
That's another opinion the author cites.
And that this opinion of this author is that individuals do not have complete memory loss, but are still able to remember events that occurred during the amnesic period.
May I be heard?
Certainly.
Your Honor, this witness is not offered for issues regarding malingering, which is the basis for that article. He wasn't offered in this regard. I'd ask that all that testimony be stricken.
Okay. I'm not going to strike it. The witness did testify regarding memory loss as one of the side effects of PCP. I will note, however, please be careful, counsel, reading into the record any portions of an article or a document that is not in evidence. Thank you.
Dr. Frazier, would you agree with me that patchy and that complete amnesia is an indicative of feigned memory loss in the opinion of this author?
Objection, Your Honor. He's trying to qualify it through the opinion of not this witness, but through this author of this document that no one's seen.
I'll sustain the objection.
Dr. Frazier, are you familiar with the second article entitled Disassociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry?
I'm not familiar with that specific article, but I am specific with the general subject of dissociation.
Would you agree that claims of partial or patchy amnesia are more likely than full amnesia for a whole event, which can signal an attempt to feign an excuse for criminal behavior?
That's the point cited in the article that you gave me.
I'm asking you if you're familiar with the second article that says the very same thing.
No, I'm not.
Would you like to see it?
If you'd like me to, yes.
Approaching.
Well, he's not familiar with it, counsel. What are you using the article for?
Well, what it refreshes recollection is
As to whether or not he saw it or heard of the article?
As to whether he agrees with this opinion or not.
Well, that's not what he said. You're asking him about that article. So, I mean, to refresh his recollection about the article is one thing. Whether or not he agrees with the opinion is another.
Would you agree with the opinion of this author that claims of partial or patchy amnesia are more likely than full amnesia for a whole event?
Same objection.
Sustained. We're not going to talk about a particular author. If you'd like to talk about an opinion, that's fine. Again, counsel, be careful from reading from a document that's not in evidence or someone who's not here testifying.
Dr. Frazier, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the half-life of PCP?
The half-life speaks to the notion of how long a substance, half of the substance remains in the person's body and still active. There's a lot of variability around that. It's roughly around 8 hours. It depends how much of the substance they've used. If they use additional quantities of the substance, and that can change the half-life for the person.
Would you agree with me that the literature talks about the half-life being from 7 hours to as long as 7 days in chronic users?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So I would agree with you to the extent that that's essentially what I said. I think I just said it using different words, that it averages around 8 hours and it can last longer. going up to days, depending on the amount that's used and depending on how long it's used.
Would you agree this is not a short dissipating drug? It remains for a period of time.
It remains with a half-life on average of 8 hours, and depending on the amount that is used, it can last longer, or if it's a very small amount, it's possible it could last shorter, but there's a lot of variables that are associated with that.
With those variables that you discuss, for a very mild case, would you expect to find the PCP, acute PCP intoxication that you referred to earlier with a mild dose?
Use of PCP would result in intoxication.
My question, doctor, was, with a mild dose, would you expect to see the psychotic episodes that you referred to, propensity of the drug, in a mild dose?
Objection to the form of the question. What mild is very?
Sustained.
Doctor, are you familiar as an expert with regard to the dosing levels of street-level PCP?
No, I've never seen scientifically published information on that.
Are you familiar with the level that PCP would become fatal?
My understanding of that is that it depends on individual differences.
Would you agree with me that common street levels run between 1 milligram and 5 milligrams?
I'm not familiar with that reference.
Doctor, are you familiar with the long-term effects on the human body for someone who has had long-term chronic PCP usage?
Yes.
And would you tell us, please?
Well, it's an addiction, so primarily it would include recurring addictive behavior would be the most likely expectation, that the person would continue to seek that drug and continue to use it, and then continue to...
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. My question was the effect on the human body.
That's overruled. I'm not going to strike it. You asked him, and he's giving you an answer.
Dr. Frazier, would long-term PCP usage lead to chronic PCP usage lead to long-term memory loss?
It's possible.
Could it lead to depression?
That's possible.
Would long-term chronic use of PCP include weight loss?
I don't recall that.
Is there anything, are you familiar with the Journal of Psychiatric Drugs with regard to long-term effects of PCP?
I'm not familiar with the article you're citing.
Dr. Frazier, I'd like to show you what I've marked as states 195 for identification.
Mr. Clerk, can you take? Yes, no objection.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this document is?
This is my CV.
Thank you. I'm going to offer states 195 as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Court will accept into evidence as full 195.
Dr. Frazier, you'll agree this is a CV. Oops, if I get it the right way. You agree with me this is your CV?
Yes.
You provided this to the defense?
Yes.
Are you aware that the defense provided it to the state pursuant to their obligation to disclose?
Yes.
So this top part of your CV contains your educational background that you testified to earlier, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is, I should have put a record. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a total of 10 pages.
Thank you.
So still on page 1, the second part of the bottom here is these are your academic appointments.
Yes.
You're currently an assistant clinical professor. Put my glasses on. Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Psychiatry, Psychology Section, Latino Behavior Health Services Consultant. That's where you're at right now?
Yes.
In addition to carrying over on the second page, your professional experience down here is Dr. Eric Frazier, LLC, clinical and forensic psychologist, private practice since 2002.
Yes.
And you've had several appointments, government appointments. Is there anything about any of those government appointments that pertain to a specialty in PCP?
No.
It appears following your CV that you took a course or a psychotherapist, Yale University Substance Abuse Treatment Center. You participated in a marijuana treatment study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was in 2001, 2002.
Yes.
On page 3, you have published 3 publications, one on family law, one on school threats, and another one on school threats. You would agree with me, right?
Yes.
Starting below that is a running count of all of the professional presentations that you've given.
Yes.
So this is where you're now presenting to people who are listening to you as an instructor.
As part of the teaching faculty or one of the professional speakers, yes.
All right. And I know you have a monitor up there, but if not, I'll try to make it a little bigger, clearer. Can you tell me on this page, did you ever present any presentations regarding PCP?
No.
How about anything about any drugs at all?
I have spoken about substance abuse as a general topic at times.
Are we talking about something on page 3?
No.
So let me take you to page 4 then. These are additional presentations that you've made. And I can provide you a copy with your CV if you can't see this, doctor, so you can follow me with your CV. Is there anything here on page 4 of your CV where you have ever presented anything on this page connected to PCP or anything connected to drugs?
The best way I can answer that question regarding my presentations on that page regarding PCP and drugs is that I've never given a specific titled presentation on PCP, but the topic of addiction and substance abuse has been part of some of these presentations in terms of case studies and areas of topic that are related to the presentations themselves.
Can you point out one to me where you presented on that type of subject matter?
This was so long ago. We're going back approximately 7 years. I don't want to testify inaccurately and point out one particular one, but I can say with certainty that I have spoken on that topic because the topic of addiction is a common topic in these kinds of matters.
Let's go to the next page, page 5. But same question. Anything on page 5, bless you? Anything on page 5 at all that where the principal topic was PCP or drug addiction?
None were a principal topic.
How about top of page 6? Any of those at the top of page 6, ending with child custody evaluations?
It was not a principal topic.
Okay. So then the next part of your CV is professional development. So now these are classes that you're attending, right? Somebody else is giving and you're going to class to learn about stuff, right?
Well, they generally call them workshops or conferences, not class.
Thank you. So did you attend, and this starts most recently here in 2020 and going backwards, I see topics, sex addiction, forensic evaluation, suicide prevention, drug and alcohol testing, that was one. How long was that one?
I don't recall. It might be on the next page.
Well, I'm going to the top of the next page. Do you recall what the period, was it say one-day class or a multi-day class?
It was definitely a one-day class. I don't recall the amount of hours in that day.
I got you. How about the rest of the page? Anything there where you attended any other presentations, workshops on drugs or PCP?
I can't see the full page, but there is one listed with the date of April 21st, 2017, titled Advances in Substance Abuse Testing.
I'm sorry, say it to me again? Oh, I got you. Right down here. Okay. And that was back in 2017 for one day.
Yes.
Page 8 of your resume, again, back out for you. How about this page? Any of all the things that you've listed, do you see any here that deal with substance abuse or PCP?
Not as a principal topic.
How about page 9? How about, are you able to see? I'll zoom in for you. Anything there where the principal topic was substance abuse or PCP?
No.
Dr. Frazier, would you agree with me that you published 3 articles, nothing to do with PCP or drugs?
That's true.
Would you agree with me that you attended 33 professional presentations, or withdrawn. You provided 33 professional representations, none of them principally dealing with PCP or drug abuse?
None of those were the principal topics.
Would you agree with me that you attended 39 professional development workshops between 2009 and 2020, where your CV is updated to, and maybe 1 or 2 of them dealt with some level of substance abuse or addiction as the principal topic?
As the principal topic, yes.
You did actually. My copy. You did attend a professional workshop, did you not, on malingering and deception in 2018? Did you not?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Frazier. Did you in fact receive from the law firm of Edward Gavin the fee of $10,000 for the services that you rendered to that law firm for this case?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Attorney Gavin.
Dr. Frazier, you recall lecturing on numerous occasions to the Connecticut Criminal Defense Lawyers Association?
Yes.
Okay. And tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were those members of criminal defense lawyers like myself?
Yes.
You consult with us all the time?
I consult with many lawyers regularly. It's part of my practice, my professional development,
Including criminal lawyers?
including criminal lawyers and including prosecutors.
Yeah. By the way, Attorney Stein asked you about testifying in regard to the defense of the state. Has Attorney Stein ever called upon you and inquired as to whether or not you could testify for the state?
No, the only prosecutor's office that called was the federal prosecutor's office in New Haven.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay.
Did you ever testify for, I think you said one time, right? For a prosecutorial office?
For the federal prosecutor's office in New Haven.
And based upon Attorney Gavin's questions, you're out presenting to a defined group of criminal defense attorneys because that's a source of business for you, is it not?
That's not why I present. I present to be involved in cross-disciplinary interaction where I'm often a co-presenter with judges, lawyers, in the venue of criminal law, family law, child protection law.
And you're telling this jury that you are not seeking business of any of those people there. That's what you're telling them?
I've never sought business at any of those venues. I've
I
been
have
invited to speak
I have nothing further.
professionally.
Can you just finish the answer, please, Your Honor?
You have redirect, if you'd like.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can finish the answer. You had one more word to say, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll do my best to complete the sentence accurately, but the point I was making is that
Well, I just want you to complete the sentence.
I've been invited to co-present and speak professionally.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it was, I think you testified, there was only one occasion that the prosecutor's office, that was the federal U.S. Attorney's Office, requested that you come in and testify as an expert.
Yes.
Okay. And no other state attorney's office in the state of Connecticut had requested your services.
Not yet.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that it?
Oh, just one final one.
All right.
We're talking about now with regard to your expertise in PCP, right? No prosecutor's office has called you with regard to that expertise?
Not yet.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, you may step out of the witness box. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to ask Madam Clerk to remove the jury just momentarily. This will just be a brief moment of your time. I'm going to ask you to step out of the court. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so would the defense be prepared to call its next witness?
Yeah,
And that witness would be, who would the witness be? Who would that person be?
Mr. Morales.
Okay, so again, Mr. Morales, I'm going to address you for a moment because I canvassed you earlier about your decision to testify. I'm not going to go through that entire canvas again. It's just that now we've had an additional witness testify and you've been here and you've been able to listen to that witness's responses on your case, and I just want to make sure that you stand by your decision to testify in this case.
I will.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you for doing that, Your Honor. I think the state just needed a.
I think that was not for direct, correct? You don't need time. You don't need any time right now, correct, Attorney Stein?
No.
We're all set to keep going?
3:15 or so, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Attorney Gavin, are we all set to
I'm
go?
prepared to go.
Yeah,
forward.
All
just
right.
the afternoon, the standard afternoon break would be fine.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. Council sidebar, please.
Attorney Kevin and I just virtually.
Certainly. Please enter the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
Jose Morales, Morales, Highland Avenue, Cheshire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. You're all set, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morales.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
Never.
Okay. A little nervous?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Mr. Morales, we're going to go nice and slow, okay? And you let me know if you don't understand any of my questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, sir. How old are you?
I'm 48.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Puerto Rico.
Okay. And just tell us a little bit about your background, sir, where you were raised.
I was born in 1976 in the island of Puerto Rico. It's in the east corner tip of the island. I was there till I was 11 years old. We came into the United States.
There's no question pending.
Yes, sir.
He was talking about where he was born.
I understand, and he's going into a narrative without a question pending.
Okay, all right. Well, it was an open-ended question, but I will go ahead and allow you to continue where you were born. If that's it, in Puerto Rico, you can finish with a
May
follow-up.
I also just inquire, Mr. Morales has got something up there that he's...
Napkins.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, I just want to be sure that there wasn't anything that would have been inappropriate.
Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. You were born in Puerto Rico, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Did you come to the United States?
I did.
Okay. When did you come to the United States?
Around 1988, 1989,
And how old were you at that time?
11.
Okay. And, sir, where were you raised? In Connecticut.
Well, we first came into Cheshire, and then from Cheshire we moved into New Haven.
Okay. And when you say we, who are you referring to?
My mom, my two brothers, and my father, but my father ended up going back, so my mother and my two brothers.
Okay.
An older brother and a younger brother.
All right. Sir, how about your educational background? Just tell us in your own words what your educational background is.
When we got here, I went into middle school, 7 and 8 in Fairhaven, then high school, and I got a little bit of college education from Gateway Community College.
At New Haven Community College?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I want to get this out of the way. Do you have a felony conviction from 2012 and a misdemeanor conviction from 2006?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, now, I want to talk about your relationship with Christine Holloway, okay?
All right.
I want you to tell us in your own words, when did you meet Christine Holloway?
I met her late fall, early winter 2016.
Okay, And did you enter into a relationship with her?
Well, at first we met through a dating app, and we started communicating. Then we exchanged numbers. We started talking, and eventually things grew, and we got to know each other good, and we started dating.
Okay, all right. So how long have you been dating Christine Holloway from the time that you first met her through December 2019?
Around 3 years.
Okay, all right. Can you tell us your mom's name?
Lydia de Jesus.
All right. And do you have a stepfather?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's his name?
Marcos Garcia,
Yeah. And where do they reside?
New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. Can you tell us the address?
105 First Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. And sir, back in 2019, did you own an automobile?
I do.
And
I did.
And what kind of automobile was that, sir?
Nissan Sentra,
Okay.
2003.
Okay.
Tan color.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to call your attention to the Thanksgiving weekend of 2019, and we're going to start with Wednesday, which was 11/27, okay?
Okay.
So these questions are all involving Wednesday, 11/27, all right? Sir, were you employed as of Wednesday, 11/27, 2019?
No.
Okay. Where were you residing?
2 places.
Okay.
I was living with my parents in New Haven, and I had an apartment with Christine in Ansonia. So in the weekends, I lived in Ansonia. In the weekdays, I lived in New Haven because I had 2 kids that, in New Haven, I lived with my 2 kids in my parents' house. And then I ended up having a kid with Christine, so we got an apartment, and I was also living there.
Okay. Now, was Christine employed back in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where she was employed?
She was working at a daycare, Morning Bright Daycare in Bridgeport.
All right, okay, and you were familiar with that place of employment, I take it,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, okay. Now, this is the day before Thanksgiving. This is Wednesday, so I'm going to call your attention to the afternoon of Wednesday, November 27, 2019. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened that day?
Well, Wednesday, I remember that I was in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, we were decorating, I was decorating the outside of the house for Christmas. Well, we consider Thanksgiving the inauguration of Christmas, so to speak, the Christmas season. So right before Thanksgiving, my mom and I, we had a whole bunch of different Christmas stuff, and we started decorating, and it was me and my son that were decorating outside
Okay.
in the afternoon of Wednesday.
All right, let's go into the evening hours. What happened in the evening hours?
Well, Christine and I and my son Isaac and I had stayed in Christine's place in Ansonia the weekend prior to that Wednesday. So we had made plans that for the Thanksgiving holiday, she was going to sleep over with us in my parents' house. So she was coming directly. Wednesday, she was working. She was getting out of work around 3:30, but she said she was gonna get out of work a little before that. So around 3, she said she got out of work, and she was heading directly to my parents' house. The day before that, I told her to pack everything.
Mr. Morales,
Yes.
just talk about what happened on the Wednesday. Did Christine show up at your parents' house?
Yes, she did.
Okay, all right, all right. And did she spend the evening there?
She did.
Okay, and can you just tell us who was there? Was your mom and dad there?
Well, my stepfather was there, my mother was there, my son Isaac was there, my daughter Isabella was there, and that was it.
Okay.
And Christine and Vanessa and me.
Great, and that was Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And did she sleep over at the residence at 105 First Avenue that night into Thanksgiving morning?
Yes, she did.
All right, okay. Now, I'm just going to call your attention now. We're going to move to the following day, which is Thursday, okay?
All right.
Thanksgiving Day. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in your own words what happened on Thursday.
All right. So on Thursday, I woke up around. Well, we got up a little bit late because it's a holiday. My mom got up early because she was doing the Christmas cooking. The Thanksgiving cooking. So she got up early for the preparations. Christine and I ended up helping her in the kitchen for a little while. Around noon, we decided to go into Christine's grandmother's house in Bridgeport just to visit with them for a little while. So around 1 o'clock, we left New Haven. Christine, myself, and Vanessa, we left New Haven and went directly into Bridgeport, which is where Christine's grandmother lived at. We ended up getting there around 2 o'clock maybe. We were there for like 2 hours. I remember that her grandmother was there, her mother was there, her sister, her brother. Somebody else was in the house, but he never came out the room. We was there for like 2 hours. We had a Thanksgiving meal together. We played around, everybody enjoyed. We was just in the house hanging out with each other. Everybody was playing with Vanessa. We had a good time. It was a good Thanksgiving day. No problem, no trouble, no nothing. We just enjoying each other.
Did you come a point where you left Bridgeport and returned to New Haven?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when that was.
After we had the Thanksgiving meal at Grammy House, we say our goodbyes. We got in the car and we just drove directly to New Haven.
Okay.
To my parents' house.
And did you stay in New Haven on Thanksgiving night, which was the 29th? Excuse me,
Yes.
the 28th. Sorry about that. On the 28th, Thursday the 28th, did you stay in New Haven that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to the following day, okay, which is the Friday, and that would have been the 29th of November. And I want you to tell us in your own words what happened. Let's start with the morning and into the afternoon of Friday, 11/29.
So Friday, I got up early. Well, around 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. Christine, she was sleeping upstairs in my daughter Isabella's room because my mom and my parents are conservative, extremely conservative, and there was going to be, according to, no fornication in their house. So if I sleep over, if I had Christine sleep over, she's going to sleep in one room, I'm going to sleep in a different room because that's the way that my mom allowed it. So she was sleeping in my daughter's room. So I get up around at 8:30. I get ready. I go upstairs. I knocked on the door. I go inside the room. She's in there. She's feeding Vanessa. I play with Vanessa for a little while, and we start talking about a noon appointment that we had because when she got to the house on Wednesday, she told me that.
Objection as to what somebody said.
Just tell us what you did.
All right. Well, she was using my car. Christine been using my car since the fall. Since before summer of 2019, and I was using her car because my car was a little bit better than hers. Her car had no AC. So because her car had no AC, I didn't want her driving around in the summer with Vanessa in a car that has no AC. So she's been using my car, and I was using the Mazda. I didn't have much to drive. She was going up from
Hold on a second.
Ansonia.
You just said a Mazda. What kind of car? Whose car was the Mazda?
The Mazda 2002 was Christine's car.
Okay. All right. So now let me take you to the afternoon. I want to ask, did you come a point where you left the house in New Haven, and did you leave with anybody else?
Yes. So around noon, we had an appointment to go and talk to a salesman at Barbarino Nissan in Wallingford. The appointment was at 12 o'clock. So a little bit before 12 o'clock, Christine, myself, and Vanessa, we got in the Nissan in my car and left to Barbarino's, and I made a quick stop, bought a couple of Lucy's cigarettes because I was trying to quit smoking cigarettes. I wasn't buying a pack of cigarettes, so I bought Lucy's, and we headed to Barbarino's.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you and Christine Holloway going to Barbarino?
Well, we wanted to get a newer car because both of our cars were old. Mine was a 2003, hers was a 2002. But my car was in a little better conditions than hers. So we was gonna get her a car first, and then after we'll wait for a little bit longer, and then we was gonna get me a car. So we went to Barbarino's to purchase a car for Christine.
Okay, and just tell us, and that was, you had a 12 o'clock appointment, were you there in the afternoon, which would have been Friday the 29th, sir?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you there?
Well, we got there around 12:15, and we were there till like 5 o'clock.
Okay, now, were you able, or you or Christine, or both of you, were you able to go ahead and select a replacement car?
Objection at this point, Your Honor. He's leading. I've been.
Overruled.
You can.
So, when we got there, we started talking to the salesman. The salesman started doing the credit background and things of that nature. He was approved. So once he was approved, he went and got a vehicle for us to see. Once the vehicle was there, I said, Christine, go take it for a ride. I'm going to stay with Vanessa in here. She took it for a ride. She came back. She loved it. So the decision was made to buy it. The paperwork was being done. Everything was approved. So the salesman asked me, because it was some cash that was going to be given for the vehicle and her Mazda. So her Mazda was going to be a trade-in, part of the down payment for the new car, for the Ford. So the salesman asked me if I can go, if the
Objection to
Mazda.
what the salesman said,
You can't
please, Your
testify.
Honor.
All right.
Mr. Morales, just stay with me for a second.
All right.
Did you leave the dealership and go get Christine's Mazda?
Yes.
And did you return it to?
Objection
Barbara?
leading, please, Your Honor.
It's just background.
Sustained.
Okay, sir. Did there come a point in the afternoon where when you left Barbarino?
Yes.
Why?
So I left to go get Christine Mazda. It was
Okay.
parked in front of my parents' house in New Haven. So I went from Wallingford to New Haven, and I was driving the Mazda. I was driving the Nissan, the one that we took to Wallingford. I drove to my parents' house in New Haven. I parked the Nissan, jumped in the Mazda, and drove right back to Wallingford.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may, I need Exhibit 161.
Sure.
With the assistance of the state police, which is the cash report. Mr. Morales, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 160, which is full exhibit, which is the cell phone tracking device. Do you have a monitor up there you can
Yes.
see? Okay. All right, sir. So the cell phone tracking device indicates on Friday that your cell phone, and I'm going to ask you what it is in 1 second, that your cell phone tracked from the New Haven area up to the Wallingford area. See that?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your cell phone was back in November 2019?
203-809-2849.
Was that accurate that you left New Haven and you went up to Barbarino?
Yes.
And this analysis is from 10:47 to 11:36. Your Honor, I'm now going to turn the page to page 10. Okay? You see that on the monitor?
Yes.
And that's the time frame from 11:36 a.m. to 2 p.m. And sir, do you see Barbarino Nissan with the icon in the middle of the area?
I do.
Right, that shows that your cell phone was there at Barbarino, correct?
Yes.
No
He's
question
leading you again,
about
Your
that?
Honor, please.
Sustained. Just be careful with the leading.
Thank you. I'm going to now turn the page, Mr. Morales. which is page 11 of the cast report, okay? And from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and do you see the direction to travel?
Yes.
What was the direction to travel?
Back to New Haven.
Okay. And did that happen?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us in your own words, sir. What time did you leave Barbarino and where'd you go?
We left around 5:30, something like that. And we went directly to my parents' house in New Haven. We did a little joyriding to test drive the car a little bit more, but then we went directly to my parents' house.
And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you recall what type of vehicle was purchased at Barbarino?
Yes, it was a Ford Focus, black Ford Focus.
All right. Now, so you told us you returned back to New Haven, correct?
Yes.
Tell us in your own words what happened next.
So when we got back, the first thing that happened was that my Isaac and Bella, my children, they came outside and started playing with the car, jumping in, looking at it. We went back inside. Wednesday, I started, when I was doing the decoration, I told my mother, I'm going to continue it on Friday after Thanksgiving Day. So as soon as we got back, we continued doing it with the decorations. I went and we ate, then we went in the living room, and we were decorating the Christmas tree.
Okay. What happened next after you decorated the Christmas tree on that Friday?
Well, after a while I was decorating the Christmas tree, somebody started calling me or texting me.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Christine. What did Christine do?
Well, she was helping us.
Okay. Just after you were done helping you, what happened next?
Well, I got a text and a call from this guy that wanted a ride.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'll strike the portion of the response that says that wanted a ride. That's hearsay.
Okay. Let me focus you here, okay? Because you can't testify what somebody else said or texted you.
Okay.
Okay. So let's just talk about what you observed. Okay. All right. Where, if anywhere, did Christine stay at 105 First Avenue in New Haven?
No.
Okay. Just tell us, where did Christine go?
Okay, I get it. So once we got done with everything, the decoration, and it was time to go, she was gonna go back. So I started getting the phone calls and the text, whatever, from a person, and I helped her. We packed up. I put everything in the car. So I told her, I said, all right, so I'm gonna see you in a little while. I'm gonna go somewhere, and then after I do whatever I gotta do, I'll meet you in Ansonia. She was like, okay.
Objection to what someone else said, please, Your Honor.
Sustained as to what
You can't
Christine
testify
said.
what somebody
I'll just
else
strike
said.
that from the record. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Mr. Morales, I want you to stay focused now, okay?
Yes.
All right. Where did Christine go?
She went back
Objection,
to Ansonia.
speculation.
I'll sustain it unless he has personal knowledge.
Do you know where Christine was going to?
Well,
Just,
yes.
sir, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And where was that?
Back
Again,
to the
speculation.
apartment.
I'll allow it.
Back to the apartment in Ansonia.
Okay, that's 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in the
6.5 Myrtle Avenue. Yes.
Okay, so let's go. So she left, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go slow at the.
Well, I left first, and then she was.
Okay, you left. You tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where did you go?
I went to a guy named Hector's house
Okay, why?
because he wanted a ride.
Objection, Your Honor, is to what he said.
I went
I'm
to.
gonna, hold on a minute. Are you claiming that
Yes, Your Honor.
as?
Yeah.
What's the exception to hearsay?
It was the effect on the
Okay,
hearing.
all right. So ladies and gentlemen, the statement because he wanted a ride is not being offered for the truth of the matter as to what Hector said. It's to show the conduct or the effect of those words on Mr. Morales and why he went to Hector's house, okay? Not being offered for the truth of the matter. So I am limiting your consideration to that response solely as it applies to the effect on Jose Morales' conduct upon hearing that. All right, you may continue.
Without telling us what anybody else said,
Okay.
we just want to ask you, what did you do into the evening hours of Friday the 29th of 2019?
Okay.
Just tell us what you did, sir.
So after leaving my parents' house, I went into Hector's house, picked him up, and drove to Bridgeport
Okay, why'd you drive to Bridgeport?
because he wanted a ride.
Okay, why?
He asked me for a ride.
Objection.
Okay.
Sustained
Yeah.
in terms of what Hector asked for. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the whole he wanted a ride and the reason for going to Bridgeport, I think we understand the connection to show the effect on the listener, which was Jose Morales not being offered for the truth of the matter. You may proceed.
Thank you. Did you go to Bridgeport?
Yes.
What did you do in Bridgeport, Connecticut?
When we got to Bridgeport, first, I don't really know my way in Bridgeport, so he was guiding me around. We went to a gas station. He went inside. Then we left the gas station and we went to meet somebody that he wanted to meet.
Okay, all right, and then what happened?
So we met this guy, the guy that he was going to meet. He wanted to buy drugs.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What
I'll
fact?
just indicate to the jury that they're to strike that portion of the response from Mr. Jose Morales on the stand that said he wanted to buy drugs. You may proceed.
Okay, you can't testify what Hector said or somebody else. Just tell us your own observations. What happened in Bridgeport?
All right. So we met with the person that he asked for the right to meet for. Is that-
That's fine. You may continue.
And what happened next? Just tell us in your own words what happened.
All right. So he got whatever he wanted to get, and we drove away from that area.
Okay,
So as we driving away, he's rolling a blunt.
all right, just go slow now for us. What's a blunt?
Oh, a blunt is when you got the a cigar. You take the guts out of a cigar, and you put weed in it, or you put whatever it is that you want to put in it. They roll it up, and you smoke it.
Okay, all right, so thank you. So you were in the vehicle, Mr. Morales, and just tell us in your own words, what happened?
All right, so I'm thinking that he's rolling a blunt. I'm thinking that he's rolling weed, but I'm not sure because I'm driving and he's guiding me around. So he starts smoking. He passed it to me. I start smoking too. So we start smoking together. Next thing you know, I wake up somewhere else in Bridgeport, in the passenger seat of my car, with Hector in the driver's seat. It's a whole bunch of people around the car. He's talking. I don't know any of these people. These are his friends. He's talking to them, and I'm like, what happened? And they start laughing like I passed out. So I said, let's get out of here. Let's go. So he turned the car on, and we just take off.
Okay, now, were you in the passenger seat or the driver's seat at that point?
I was in the passenger seat.
Okay, just 1 second if I may, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as the cast report on the time frame on Friday evening. Just 1 second, please. Just wanna make sure I have the page. Yeah. Great. And, sir, did you have your cell phone with you
I did.
when you went down to Bridgeport?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Now, you said that you were in the car, you smoked something, and then there came a point that you left Bridgeport. Is that correct?
Yes.
And approximately what time was that?
I'm thinking around 9 o'clock,
All right.
8, 9 o'clock at night.
Okay. Now, you're in Bridgeport, 8, 9 o'clock at night. Now, Mr. Rodriguez is driving and you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where'd you go?
Well, as we driving back, I'm still in and out of it because I was high. I got so high that I wasn't really focusing on anything. I couldn't focus on anything.
All right, let me stop you there. When you say you were in and out of it, tell us what that means.
That means I was in and out of consciousness. Like, I was just drifting from consciousness into non-conscious.
Okay. Had you ever been in that state before?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, as you sit here now, do you know what it was that you ingested when you were in Bridgeport?
Yeah, he rolled the bag of dust, blunt, PCP.
All right. So when you say he rolled a bag of dust, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
He in the blunt that he was rolling, he put dust. He rolled the bag of dust.
All right. The jury doesn't know what dust is. Okay. So we have to go slow here. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
You said that it was PCP. Is that
Yes.
correct? And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does PCP also have other street names?
Yes.
Okay.
PCP
And what
is also known as angel dust.
is known as angel dust?
Yes.
Okay. So when you had ingested and you had smoked the marijuana blunt, it had PCP in it, correct?
Yes.
And you had
Your Honor, I'm going
ingested.
to object at this point to leading. First of all, there's no evidence before this jury that it is marijuana. His testimony was he thought they were going to purchase marijuana, but now he's testifying that he smoked dust. So there is no evidence at this point of marijuana.
I'll sustain the objection.
And I would ask again that the questions not be leading, please.
So you were in New Haven. You felt the effects of what you smoked, correct?
Yes.
Had you felt like that previously when you had ingested drugs in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happens when you ingested drugs like that in the past.
Well, I started smoking PCP or angel dust when I was like 16 years old. And I've been smoking it ever since.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point that this is improper. It's propensity evidence, character evidence. What he did at a previous time is not relevant to.
All right, I'll allow the answer if the answer is going to be what, in response to the question was, which was, how had you felt like that previously when you had ingested drugs in the past? Just how he felt, not a recitation of the history of any drug ingestion. So partially, I guess, sustained, but I will allow the answer to the actual question that was asked.
Okay. You can answer.
Just how he felt.
How did you feel?
previously.
Was it similar to how you had felt in the past when you had ingested drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a relapse.
All right. Now, I want you to
Your
tell.
Honor, I would move to strike. It was
I'll move-
non-responsive.
I'll strike, it was a relapse, so I'll strike that from evidence as unresponsive. The only answer that you should consider at this point would be the yes. All right, Attorney Gavin, you may
Thank you,
proceed.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We have to be very careful with our answers, okay? All right,
Yes.
Mr. Morales? But you told us that you had felt like that in the past, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And please, tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were in the car in Bridgeport going back to New Haven, how did you feel?
Well, like I said before, I was in and out of it because I haven't smoked that in so long that
Objection,
Just
Your
how
Honor.
did you feel?
Sustained.
And I would also ask the defendant move closer to the mic because I can barely hear him.
All right,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
let me deal with one thing at a time. So again, I'll sustain the objection. We're just going to answer the question that's asked, and I will ask you please to just keep your voice up a little bit, Mr. Morales, so everyone can hear you, and just make sure you're keeping up close to the mic. All right, Attorney Gavin.
All right.
Thank you.
So you were describing how you felt in the vehicle. Tell us with specificity, how did you feel in the vehicle?
well, I was high, confused. Everything was blurry. I couldn't really see. I had no focus. Everything seemed really dark. And that's how I felt.
That's fine. Where did you go after you left Bridgeport?
Well, we were supposed to go directly to New
Where
Haven.
did you go? Just tell us where you went, not where you were supposed to go.
Well, I remember several stops were made in our way back to New Haven from Bridgeport.
Okay, just tell us where. What do
Not
you recall?
clear. I don't remember. I was in and out of it, but I know that we stopped in a couple of spots.
Oh, okay, so just so the testimony's clear, you recall stopping, but you don't know the location, is that fair?
Exactly. I wasn't driving, and I wasn't.
The question's been asked, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Okay. Where, after you left Bridgeport, you told us the condition that you were in, did you return anywhere?
We went back to Hector's house
And where was that located?
in East Haven.
In East Haven, Connecticut? Okay. And what time did you get back to Hector's house? Approximately.
10 o'clock, 10:30.
All right. And just tell us in your own words, what did you do next after you returned to East Haven, Connecticut?
So once we got to his house, we parked behind the house. We went inside. Hector started talking to some people. He started making drug transactions.
No, you can't talk about what somebody else said he did. Just tell me, you went back to New Haven to Hector's house, correct?
Yeah, all right. So
Okay,
we went.
how long were you at Hector's house?
We went upstairs. I was there for. Once we got inside his house, there was some other people in there. They were really not that friendly to me. So, at the same time, I got a call from Christine. I went outside the house. I talked on the phone for a little while. I said, I'll be there in a few minutes. We just got back. She was waiting for me in Ansonia. It was supposed to take 2 hours top right, and it's already like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. Almost 12, midnight, whatever. And I told Hector, all right, I'm leaving. And I can say what he did.
Sure.
So he started like he went in his pocket and he started giving me stuff. And I was like, what's this? And he was like,
Objection as to what he said.
But just be careful not to say what he said. You can talk about his actions, but not what he said.
What did Hector do?
well, he gave me everything that was in my pockets, all my stuff. Somehow he had it. And he gave it to me. He said something. And I took it. But he also gave me 2 bags of dust.
Okay,
he
let me
said-
just stop you there. Is that the PCP you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he gave you 2 bags. Describe it for the jury.
Well, it's 2 like dime bags, little Ziploc bags that you put weed in it or whatever. Two bags of that.
Okay. And then what happened next?
Well, I grabbed everything that he would give because he gave it to me with the other stuff that he was giving it. I grabbed everything and I got out of there because the guys that were in there with him gave me a bad vibe. So
Okay, so let me just stop you, okay? So you left the apartment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you go?
well, I went into my car.
Okay, all right, and you went into the Nissan Sentra,
Yes.
okay, and just
Objection,
tell,
we're leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Well,
just tell us, where'd you go next?
so I got in my car. I wanted to get out of there. First of all, I didn't want to.
Non-responsive, Your
Sir,
Honor.
where did you go next? You were at Hector's. Where did you go next?
Well, I drove to like downtown New Haven and I parked somewhere.
Okay, how long were you there?
Not sure.
Okay, what happened next that you recall?
Well, I parked because I wanted to get my head straight a little bit because I was still like, I'm lucky I made it to downtown New Haven.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you got to answer my questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, you said you left Hector's, you went to downtown New Haven, you
Yes.
parked the car. Do you
Yes.
have any recollection how long you were there?
Probably half hour, 40 minutes.
All right, and just tell us what happened next, sir.
Well, Christine called me again. So I turned the car on and I started driving to Ansonia.
Okay, where were you going to?
Ansonia.
Okay, all right, at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes,
Okay, and did you arrive there at 6.5 Myrtle?
I did.
Okay, and approximately what time was it?
12:15.
All right, okay, and what did you do when you arrived at 6.5 Myrtle? This is,
So I parked. I got out of the car. I started grabbing the stuff. I went in my pockets looking for the key. I couldn't find the key to my key to the apartment was missing. I couldn't find that, so I called Christine.
okay. And then what did you do? Did you go into the apartment?
Well, once the door was unlocked, I grabbed everything that from the car. I grabbed my laptop, my backpack, the base to the car seat that was still in my car. So I grabbed that and I went inside.
Okay. Into the apartment, 6.5 Murrah,
Inside the apartment of six
right?
and a
And
half.
Christine
Murrah.
Holloway was there, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, we're leading. And also, can we approach a logical breaking point for the afternoon recess at some point, please?
We'll break at 3:30. You may continue.
Thank you.
You went into the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Well, the first thing that I did was I put this stuff down. Christine was on the bed. All the lights were off. I walked up to Christine. I gave her a kiss. I started talking to her, and I told her about what this dude just did to me.
Okay. Did you stay in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now this is now into Saturday morning. Okay.
Yes.
You oriented with me?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
here.
Right. So you had left Bridgeport and New Haven, and you went back. Now it's Saturday morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on Saturday, which would have been the 30th, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do on Saturday, November 30th, 2019?
Well, that day we woke up around 8 in the morning, 8:30. I went in the bathroom, did my thing. Christine was taking care of Vanessa. We were just in the house. I didn't do nothing. We didn't go nowhere.
Okay. Just did you leave the apartment on Saturday, November
No,
30th?
I didn't leave the apartment at all on Saturday. We were in there.
Did Christine Holloway leave the apartment on Saturday?
No, she didn't.
Okay, you were there the entire day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to the evening, Saturday evening into Sunday morning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start from the midnight time frame, okay? What did you do around midnight on, which would now be Sunday, December 1st, 2019?
So we were watching TV all day, right? So around midnight, I started getting them cravings for dust that I just smoked. And it started running through my mind that I still had 2 other bags, right?
I can't hear him, Your Honor.
You have to speak
So
loud.
it was going through my mind that I still had 2 bags of dust left. So the craving was getting the best of me. So I told Christine I'm about to roll a bag and smoke. She said, okay. but,
Objection, Your
Don't
Honor.
say what she said. Just say what you
Move to
did.
strike it, please.
Sustained. Court is going to strike what Christine said, that you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you.
Please, just tell us what you did, sir.
All right. So after I rolled a bag, I went outside to the front of the apartment to the deck
To
to
the deck.
smoke.
Okay, and what did you do on the front of the deck?
I smoked the bag of dust. I smoked the blunt.
Okay, all right. And how long were you outside?
This was around 1 o'clock. When I went outside to smoke, it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. And probably 10 minutes. I was out there for like 10, 15 minutes smoking. And I smoked the whole blunt.
Okay, and what'd you do next?
Well, I got super high. Obviously, I haven't smoked
Objection,
in a
Your
while.
Honor.
Sustained.
What happened next? What'd you do next?
So I was high. I got sort of what happened Friday. I got disoriented. Everything got blurry. I couldn't see clear. I was stumbling. Sort of like, it's like taking a gallon of vodka and drinking it in one shot. So, anyways, I stumbled my way inside of the apartment. I left the screen door closes itself. I left the door open because the front door I left it ajar, whatever, and I walked right inside into the bathroom.
Okay. What'd you do when you were in the apartment?
I went into the bathroom.
Okay. And what'd you do in the bathroom?
In the bathroom, I sat on the toilet. Not to use the toilet, but just to sit there because next to the toilet there's a window. There's a sky window on top of the tub that we leave open. So inside the house, I can only smoke cigarettes, only in the bathroom with the door closed. So I went and sat down on the toilet. I cracked the window because once I crack that window, I can light a cigarette. And if I light a cigarette with only one window open, the smoke stays inside. But once I open the other window, the smoke goes out of one window faster. So I sat on the toilet and I started smoking a cigarette and I started looking out the front window. And I was like dozing off and
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the narrative at this point. It's a running narrative.
Okay, well, we'll stop at that point, and then you can continue.
Thank you. Okay, so at that point, you were in the bathroom, you looked out the window. What did you see and what did you do?
all right. So as I'm sitting there looking out the window, smoking the cigarette, I look, and from across the street in Myrtle Avenue, from across the street, from the east side of the house, which is, if you facing out the right side of the house, across the street in the sidewalk, I start seeing movement coming on the sidewalk.
Okay.
Before we go further, Your Honor, at this point, can we have our afternoon recess, please? Because
Sure.
I think we're going to get into
We can do that. I had originally said 3:30, but apparently we need a break, so I am fine with that. We're going to take our morning recess. So I would ask the clerk to excuse our jury. Jurors will take our afternoon recess, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Morales, if you'd retake the stand.
All right, just leave it here, okay?
And I just want to remind you, as I did every other witness, you do remain under the obligation of your
Demonstrative.
language when you enter the stand. You may be seated. Thank you.
I'm attempting to enter two exhibits, which I understand the state has an objection to, and I don't know if you want to do that in front of the jury.
Okay, well, why don't we take a look and see what it is?
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, they've been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit D as in David and Defense Exhibit U as in under.
Okay.
The two handmade maps by Mr. Morales diagrams.
Okay. All right, and I'll hear the state's objection to the maps.
Your Honor, these are hand-drawn exhibits by the defendant. I believe that I'm not sure quite frankly what their purpose is. If they're for demonstrative purposes, there is incorrect information on these things. There are hand-drawn arrows. There are directional indications that the state does not agree with. The directional indications, it is has self-serving arrows. I'm not quite sure what those are all about, which is again requires beyond the testimony of the defendant at this point.
What is the purpose of the introduction of the diagrams?
Mr. Morales is going to testify in regard to the inside of the apartment where he was and what he saw and what he observed. And the maps, Your Honor, and don't forget he's been incarcerated for 5 years. He doesn't have the ability to go ahead and duplicate that the way that the state does, though they've had this for a long period of time. He can testify in regard to the location of the house and the side streets, what he observed. It's important next. And certainly the state can cross-examine him for admissibility purposes. I think they're both admissible. They're demonstrable.
Why don't you just lay the foundation with the witness outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Morales, I have two exhibits. We're going to start with D as in David, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, I made it.
Okay. And when did you make that document?
Like a couple of months ago.
Okay. And where did you make that document?
Where?
Yeah. Where were you?
In my cell.
In your cell.
I cannot hear him, Your Honor.
In my cell?
Myself.
You, Jose, the fan is really loud,
All right,
so
yeah.
you got to talk like twice as loud as you thought you wanted to.
Okay.
All right. So, what does Exhibit D as in David that's in front of you there? What does that depict?
Is the inside of 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Okay. Now you're going to testify in regard to what occurred at 6.5 Myrtle. Would that assist you to go ahead in your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Is that why you prepared this document?
Yes.
So that you could reference it?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's also been marked as Exhibit U as in under. Okay. Could you take a look at that, sir?
Yes.
What does that depict?
The area around 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Okay. And that's the streets that surround 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes.
Where you've been testifying and you're about to testify. You were on in the morning of December 1st.
Yes.
And it shows the side streets, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. He's leading the witness.
It's a proffer.
I understand what it is, but he should still be creating his own foundation.
Attorney Stein. Are you done with the proffer?
I would just. All right, Mr. Morales, does the map area that you created, does that show the side streets?
It does.
And would that also help you testify in front of the jury here?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And in regard to the directions north, south, east, and west, where did you get those designations?
From a Connecticut atlas.
From
map.
an atlas.
Yeah.
Okay. And they both would help you testify.
Yes, they will.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you wish to be heard?
Oh, I thought that you were about to say something.
No, no,
I
I'm-
apologize. All right. With regard to demonstrative evidence, Your Honor, it has to be a fair and accurate representation of what it portrays or conveys. It needs to be helpful or necessary to make the witness's testimony understandable to the trier of fact. It has to have a reasonable tendency to prove or disprove a material fact, to shed some light upon its materiality. And to this extent, we have 100 pictures of the inside of 6.5 Myrtle Street in evidence in this case, as well as several maps that were introduced through various witnesses with regard to camera locations, as well as other things along that line. To start to admit this self-drawn, self-serving demonstrative evidence, I do not believe that this is going to lend any substantial assistance to the jury in any of these issues.
All right, so Attorney Stein, those are the state's exhibits. This is the defendant's case. The defendant's testifying. He indicated it would help and assist his testimony to the jury. He also indicated what was purported to be displayed in those diagrams. I acknowledge they're not to scale. That's subject to cross-examination. Also, he indicated that they represent that area as he believes it to be, and they represent also authentically the inside of that apartment. So for those reasons, and the reasons that those items can be cross-examined relative to scale and any inaccuracies you believe are depicted in those particular exhibits, I'm going to allow the exhibits to come in as full exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I'll take those back, Mr. Morales, please. Thank you. Attorney Governor. Why don't we mark them as full now? Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to be using the 911 call
Okay.
just so the court's aware, so we're going to have some technical.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
What are the letters of those, please?
Your Honor, the inside of the apartment is D as in David,
Okay,
and the street map
yes,
is U as in under.
okay. All right, so court has accepted into evidence as full D and U on behalf of the defense. We'll call the jury, bring the jury in, please. Thank you.
For now, okay, buddy?
Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the present, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Gavin, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Morales, I believe where we left off, you indicated that you had gone outside to smoke. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated that you were smoking PCP at that time.
I was.
Objection, Your Honor, again. At this point, we're restating the testimony.
Okay, overruled. We took a break, counsel. You may continue.
I did.
You were smoking PCP.
I did, yes.
Okay, and what effect did the PCP have on you?
Well, it made me lose my focus. I got blurry. disoriented. I lost my balance. I couldn't see clear.
Okay. And then you said, I believe we left off that you had testified that you went back into the apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you went into the bathroom area. And I think that's where we left off, Your Honor. Okay, great. Sir, I'm going to show you two exhibits that have been marked as full exhibits. One is Exhibit D as in David, and one is Exhibit U. So we just take a second here, okay?
All right.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to publish Exhibit D as in David. Okay. Mr. Morales, can you see that exhibit?
Yes, I can.
D as in David? Can
Yes.
you tell us who made that diagram?
I did.
Okay, and where did you do that?
It's of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Yes.
Can you just, I want you to describe, go slow, describe for us what is depicted in the exhibit.
All right. So we have the outside deck in the front, the walkway in. You got the screen door, the door. Then you got a little towel area. That's where you put your stuff before you get into the open living space.
All right, so just 1 second, just if you could look at the monitor. You said the deck area, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was a doorway,
Yes.
and there was a screen door and a secure door, correct?
That's correct.
And then a tile area?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we go into the living area.
Okay, is that over here?
Yes.
All right, what else is depicted?
Then we have a closet right in the upper corner. Well, right next to the towel. That's the closet. Yep. Then we have the kitchen.
Okay,
And it's like an island with the stove in the middle.
okay, in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then we have the dresser that I placed there to kind of make an illusion of a bedroom.
Okay, is that where it says room?
No, right in the middle above the bed.
Oh, I see, yes, I'm sorry.
You see the dress? Yes, yes.
Okay, so just so the record's clear, in the sort of middle of the middle of the diagram, it says bureau, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you were referring to.
That's just, yes.
Okay, yep. What else is
Then we have the room that you just pointed in.
this one?
Yes.
In the top left-hand corner.
And we have the laundry room next to the bed, the bedroom area.
Okay, was that over here, sir?
Yes. You had the dryer and the washer in there.
D and the W,
Yes.
okay,
And the bathroom.
okay. And what was in the bathroom?
The bathroom, we had the tub, the toilet, the sink, and a little dresser where we put the towels and stuff like that.
Okay. And, sir, there are indications on the outside. Do you see this?
Yes, that's where West Street is at.
Okay. Is that the side street from
Yes.
6th Myrtle?
That's the side street.
And how about on the top portion?
That's Cottage Avenue. That's the one that is behind 6.5 Myrtle. That's the one to the garage.
Your Honor, I'm now going to publish Exhibit U as an under. All right, Mr. Morales, I want to go slow here again. You see Exhibit U?
Yes.
See that up on?
It's upside down.
That better?
Yep, there you go.
All right, so let's start with the easy thing. Can you tell me where 6.5 Myrtle is?
It's right in the middle, right there. Yes,
Is that, and that's the residence that Christine was residing in?
yes.
That you referred to? Okay, and what street runs in front of 6.5 Myrtle? Sorry, which one? Poorly worded. What street runs in front of the address 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Myrtle Avenue.
Okay, and then does Myrtle Avenue continue along?
Yes,
All right, now, there are diagrams here. It says 2, 6, 6.5. Can you identify that for the jury?
yes. Those are the next door houses.
Okay, next door neighbors.
Yes,
All right, and how about this designation here, Judson Place?
that's the street to the side of the house next to 2
Okay.
Myrtle Ave.
All right, and 6.5 Myrtle Was that contained between Judson Place and West Street?
It is.
Okay. And you can access Myrtle Avenue by going down Cottage, correct?
Yes.
And you can go up Judson, correct?
Yes.
And you can make a right on Myrtle,
Yeah. Yes.
and you can circle around and come back down on West.
That's correct.
And you can either go straight onto Mott Street or you can turn on Cottage.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back. Let's go back to you at the apartment on Sunday morning, 12/1. Okay, do you need any of these diagrams?
Yes. That one.
This
Yes.
one? Okay, let's put this up. I want you to tell, and Your Honor, just for the record, that's Exhibit D as in David.
Thank you.
I want you to go slow, and I only want you to tell us what you observed. You went back into the apartment and tell us in your own words what you personally observed.
All right. So I went from the deck into the apartment, and I went into the bathroom, and I was sitting right on the toilet, looking out the window towards the front of the house. From across the street, I saw movement first, and then I saw two individuals walking on the sidewalk across the street
On what street?
on Myrtle Avenue.
Okay.
One of the individuals started walking across the street towards the apartment, and he did a bit of a jog towards the apartment.
Okay.
When I saw that, warning signs and bells and alarms started running through my head.
What action did you take after you made that observation?
My first intention was to
No.
run.
What did you do? Just tell us. You saw it, made that observation. What did you do?
Well, I tried to work my way out the bathroom to close the front door, but because I was so intoxicated, I couldn't really move. So I made it to where the bureau is at, around that area, in the little kitchen area, right in between. I made it to like right here, right in
Okay,
between
Let me just. We have to put this on the record, Mr. Morales.
Yes,
The bathroom area is over here.
yes.
Okay, and you came out.
So I stumbled my way out the bathroom
Okay.
and made it to right where the bureau is at, next to the up the corner, yeah, but up by the kitchen.
Okay. There.
No, a little bit above that.
A little bit above that.
Yeah, a little bit more, right there, around right there.
All right. So just so the record, you've indicated on the exhibit it says bureau, and then there's the kitchen area, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you were between the bureau and the kitchen area.
yes.
Okay. And what steps did you take next?
Well, because I was so intoxicated that I couldn't do what I really wanted to do, I went in my pocket, I grabbed my phone, and I dialed 911.
Okay, let's just stop there. Your Honor, we're going to play Exhibit 162 at this juncture with the court's permission.
That's fine.
Mr. Morales, just listen to that. Mr. Morales, can you identify whose voice is on State's Exhibit 162?
Yes, that's my voice.
That's you calling 911?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What number Myrtle? What number house on Myrtle Ave? Where are you on Myrtle Ave? Where are you on Myrtle Ave? What number? Hello?
Thank you. Mr. Morales, you hear a female voice in the background. Can you identify for the jury whose voice that was?
That's Christine's voice.
Okay, so just tell us in your own words. You said you got your cell phone, you called 911, and what happened with Christine?
Well, Christine was sitting on the bed. She was watching TV.
Okay, all right,
So she had no idea what was going on.
okay,
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay.
Just, hold on a moment. Let me just strike that part of the response that said she had no idea what was going on. Thank you.
all right. Did you have a conversation with Miss Holloway at that point?
No,
Okay. Did she come over and talk on the phone
no.
in the background?
She was talking to me.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay, okay. There's no question that's Miss Holloway's voice at that point,
Yes.
correct? All right, all right. Now, you made the 911 call. I want you to go very, very slow for me now, okay?
Okay.
Tell us what happened next, what your observations were, what happened next.
So I called 911. I don't know how much time went by. Seconds. I felt hit. I got hit on the right side of my face. I lost my balance. I already had no balance to begin with. I lost my balance. I fell. I tried to lean on the little kitchen island. I couldn't get to it because I was not that close to it. So I fell. I got on my floor, on my knees and my hands, and I got hit right around my chest area. I stood there, laid out on the floor, high, extremely in a daze from I had just finished smoking a blunt. So at the same time, I'm listening, but I'm on the floor and I can hear that there's a struggle going on in the bed area. There's a fight. I hear screams. At the same time, I hear that somebody leaves their apartment. I see that somehow Christine got away from whoever it is that she was fighting with and tried to run out the apartment to go after the guy that left the apartment with Vanessa. The guy that she was struggling with was chasing her. Can you put the diagram? Yeah.
What do you want to say?
The one inside the apartment.
You want to see the
The
map?
other one. The one that's over there, yeah, that one.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this is Exhibit D.
Yes.
Okay, you can use this if you want to explain.
So from the little kitchen area right there, the kitchen island, that's where I was at, in the living room
Okay.
area. And I hear the struggle going on in the bed area.
This is notated the bed over here.
Yes. I'm on the floor. Over there by the kitchen island. And I hear that somebody leaves the apartment first while Christine is still struggling by the bed area.
Okay.
She gets away from the person that she's struggling with and run towards the outside.
Towards the door area?
Yeah, towards the door area.
Okay. Where it says
But-
hold on. Where it says entrance?
Yes, but she doesn't get that far.
Okay.
She gets to in between the carpet and the tiles.
All right,
And
let's go slow. Hold on. There's a checkerboard.
that's the tiles.
Hold on. Just hold on. I know you're anxious to
All right, okay.
Okay. In the front of the doorway, was that area tiled?
Yes,
Okay, right up to the end of the closet and the bathroom?
yes,
Correct?
yes, correct.
And what about in the center area of the living room? Was that tiled?
No, that's carpet.
All right, okay. Now, we're oriented. Go ahead. You continue what you saw.
So I'm on the floor. Christine running towards the outside of the apartment, she either tripped or collapsed. By the half of her body's on the towel, the other half of the body's on the carpet.
Half of her body was on the tiled area by the doorway and half
Yes.
on the carpet area.
Yes.
Okay.
The guy that's running behind her stops and hits her with a crowbar. He gets up, he start pacing. Bitch, you scratched me. That's what he says.
I'm sorry, objection to what he said.
Sustained. All
Can't
right.
testify to somebody else.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I am just going to strike that portion of the response which said, I believe, quote, something about striking me or bitch something.
Right.
All right, so whatever was said, please strike from your notes if you have them. Thank you.
Okay. So, the gentleman.
So
Okay. I know you're anxious. The gentleman is still there, Christine is there, and you're there, correct?
yes.
Okay. And just in your own words, what happened next?
So he hits her first, one time. He gets up. He's paced. He's angry and he's cussing out. He hits her 2 more times. As he's hitting her, I'm still on the floor. I see that when he's pulling, he got a crowbar in his hand. I see the crowbar. When he's pulling back, stuff is just pouring out of Christine's head and splashing all over the place. I tried to do something, but I can't because I'm stuck. I'm PCP and I'm stuck. So
What does stuck mean?
I couldn't move. I was in the verge of passing out, of blacking out on the PCP. The same thing that happened to me the Friday night when I.
Let's get back to here, okay? You were stuck. What happened next?
So the only thing that I can do is scream. I try to scream, stop. He looks at me. He points at Christine with the crowbar, and he said,
Objection.
Being offered, Your Honor, it's being offered for the effect it had on the hearing. There's an exception.
Objection, Your Honor. It's self-serving, completely self-serving.
All right, so I don't know what the statement is going to be,
I understand.
but
I didn't want to have that.
that's all right. I'm going to ask the jury just to step out for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's very. Yeah. This is good.
Thank you. All right, counsel, the witness was just about to say someone said something. You're claiming a hearsay objection, or that you're not entering it for the truth of the matter, it's the effect on the listener. I'm getting the sense from the state that they feel it's too prejudicial to be heard in front of the jury. What is the statement that is anticipated here?
What you, the witness. just
Sure.
said. Okay. Now, to the point where we just stopped, Mr. Morales, okay?
yes,
Keep your voice
Yes.
up, okay? You said the individual, the individual said something to you, correct?
yes.
And what was it that was said to you?
He's pointing at Christine with the crowbar. He's looking at me. He said to me that if I call police, the same thing will happen to your daughter. And he,
That's what he said. That's the offer, Your Honor. And where it's relevant is in regard to what effect it had on him in regard to calling the police.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
So in other words, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter. However, you're telling me that the effect is basically the rest of his testimony is going to be that he didn't call the police because of that statement.
What effect it had on him in regard
Okay.
to his.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Does the state wish to be heard on that?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's completely self-serving. He's already testified that he
Well,
was.
it's not being claimed as hearsay. It's being claimed not for the truth of the matter. It's being claimed for the effect that it had on Mr. Morales. Jury will be given a limited instruction.
There was already testimony with regards to him being stuck and he couldn't do anything. So now we're offering non-hearsay statement to show that he, what effect it
Attorney
had on him?
Durso, this is the defendant's testimony. It's subject to cross-examination. The proffer is that it's going to be stated that that's why he didn't call the police. That shows an effect on the listener, so I will allow it.
I would ask for an eliminating instruction then with regards to the statement.
Of course.
Thank you.
We can bring the jury back in. Thank you. Please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stipulated presence.
All right. Attorney Gavin, I'll allow you to have your client complete that particular part of his answer, and then I will provide a limiting instruction to the jury. So please stop at that point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Morales, just one question to answer. When we broke, you said that the man that was in the apartment said something to you. What did he say?
He said to me, he was standing there, he was pointing at
What did
Christine.
he say
Objection,
to
Your
you?
Honor, it's non-responsive.
Mr. Morales, what did he say to you?
He said that if I call police, the same thing that happened to Christine will happen to my daughter.
Okay,
All right.
just stop right there.
Objection noted, Attorney Stein. Members of the jury, the witness has now testified to hearing a statement of another. Normally, that testimony is known as hearsay and not permitted. There is an exception to that rule when the witness testifies that he or she did something because of what he or she heard. In this particular case, it doesn't matter who uttered the statement or how the speaker gathered that information or whether the statement is truthful or accurate. It matters that someone uttered the words and the witness did something on hearing those words. So in this instance, you may not consider what the witness heard for the truth of the words spoken. You may consider those words only for the reason they are offered, and that is solely for the limited purpose to explain what this witness did upon hearing those words. So now I'll let you continue, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Morales. After the individual said that, what happened next?
He walked out of the apartment.
Okay, now, what at that point, sir, what did you do?
I struggled to get up. I stumbled my way into the front door. I came out onto the door and the deck area.
Okay, hold on for just 1 second.
Attorney Gavin, we haven't connected the effect on the listener. We haven't responded to that.
I'm so sorry.
The effect on the listener, we haven't connected that yet.
Oh, okay. It's going to continue for the next 3 or
I
4
understand
days.
that, but we need to, those words, what did he do upon hearing those words, or what was the effect on his conduct?
What, when you heard the words that the man said to you, what effect did it have on you?
It terrified me.
Okay, all right. And then did those words have an effect on you in regard to your conduct the next 2 or 3 days?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll represent to you that I'm going to take them.
Well, I need to, for the jury, I want to connect it now. Just ask what it was. What was the
Okay.
effect of those words?
Okay, as a consequence of hearing that, what effect did that have on you? Did you call the police?
No, I did not.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What effect did it have on you?
I was afraid to call the police.
All right, thank you, Attorney.
Thank you.
You may
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, you said the man left, and I believe you testified that you were in the location of the kitchen living room area where my dad is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened next.
Well, I got up. I stumbled my way into the doorway.
Okay, hold on. So you're in the living room area. You went to the doorway area
Yes.
where it says entrance.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do?
I went into the screen door a little bit past the door, and I looked to see where he was going. And I saw him go towards the corner. At the same time, I saw his headlights coming in.
Okay, now let me just
Yeah.
put up Exhibit U, okay? Can you see Exhibit U?
Yes.
All right, I want you to go slow for us. I believe you just indicated that you saw the gentleman going towards the corner, is that correct?
Yes.
Which corner are you referring to?
Towards the corner of Myrtle Ave and West Street.
Okay, so, hold on 1 second. This is 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Yes.
And you say the corner, this is West Street over here,
Yes.
and that's Myrtle Ave over there,
Correct.
correct? And you said you saw him in the corner area?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you see next?
Well, I saw headlights that were coming down from Myrtle Ave, slow.
Nice and slow. Was it going from Myrtle Avenue towards West Street?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened? What did you observe next?
Well, I heard the car door open, but the car didn't stop. He only slowed down, and the guy that ran out of my house or the apartment got in the car.
Okay, and where did the car go after that?
He went down West Street.
Okay, let's go nice and slow. The car then went down West Street towards the back of 6.5 Myrtle,
Yes.
okay? And when were you able to observe that with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then what else did you see?
That's it. He went down West Street. I saw him go down. I saw him coming from Myrtle Ave, turning left onto West Street and going down.
Okay, and did there come a point that you weren't able to see the vehicle
Yes.
after that point? Okay.
Yes.
All right. What'd you do after that?
I went back inside the apartment.
Okay, I want you to go slow. What'd you do when you got back inside the apartment?
I turned around. I closed the door behind me, and I looked into the apartment.
What'd you
And
see?
Christine was right there in front of me, and by the tile area where I said that she got hit, and she was laying on top of a whole bunch of items, clothes, toys. The diaper pail was in that area too, and that little area was where Vanessa used to go and grab things and bring them from all over the apartment. She'll take stuff from the
Your Honor, it's not
hamper.
responsive.
Just what you saw. You can't say what Vanessa did.
Well, Christine was lying on a pile of stuff that was already there. The apartment wasn't that organized. It was just a whole bunch of toys and stuff, and it was blood all over the place.
Okay, all right. So you went back into the apartment, you saw Christine, she was on these items. What did you do next, sir?
This is just 10 minutes, not even, since when I smoked the PCP. I went inside the apartment. I tried to look for Vanessa everywhere. I looked in the rooms. I couldn't find her. The car seat was gone.
All right, hold on 1 second. What was gone?
The car seat.
What are you referring to?
The Vanessa's car seat.
Okay.
The base that the car seat was hooked into, it was gone with the car seat.
Okay. And what did you do next? Just tell us in your own words, what did you do next?
I started looking for my phone.
Okay.
I found the phone in the little kitchen on the floor. I grabbed it.
Let me stop you at this point. Approximately what time in the morning was it at this point?
Probably like somewhere in between.
If you know. You're not sure?
Late night.
Okay. You're not sure of the exact time?
1:50 something. Who
Okay.
knows?
Okay. Was there a bed located in the apartment?
A what?
A bed.
Yes.
Was there a bed? Did you go to the bed?
Yes, I did.
Objection, Your
Okay.
Honor, he's leading at this point again.
Sustained.
What did you do next in regard to being in the apartment?
So once I found the phone, I tried to make a call.
Okay.
It didn't go through.
Okay.
I went and I sat on the bed.
Okay. And what happened when you were in the bed?
I just dozed off.
All right, okay. I know you didn't have a stopwatch on, but can you tell us approximately how long you dozed off for?
An hour or two.
Okay, all right.
I
Now,
went into PCP zone.
Objection, Your Honor.
okay,
Sustained. We'll
Move to strike, please.
We'll strike the response that says I went into PCP zone.
Okay.
Unresponsive.
how were you feeling when you awoke from the 1 or 2 hour nap there?
So when the stuck portion of the high subsided, and I started regaining a little bit of control of my senses, so to speak, I got out of the bed, I stood up from the bed, and I walked towards where Christine was at.
Okay, and what'd you do next?
I was looking at it.
Okay. Did you do anything?
Yes. So
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your next steps were.
So I'm still high. The fan is on. I see a bag. I started taking somewhat. I wanted to call police, but at the same time I kept hearing those words in my head. I grabbed there was a bag on the floor. I grabbed it and I started putting stuff in it.
What kind of bag?
A garbage bag.
Okay. And you said you were putting stuff in it. Do you
Yes.
recall what it was you were putting in it?
Yes.
What was it? Tell the
So
jury.
it was a small white plastic, the regular garbage bags. So I started putting some of the stuff that was on the floor inside a garbage bag.
What stuff was on the floor? You have to tell
The
them what.
blood, the stuff that had blood in it, everything that was the whole mess.
Okay. Can you just have to be a little bit more specific what you put in
So-
the bag?
Everything that I saw around Christine, I started putting it inside bags.
Okay. And then how many bags did you use to put stuff in?
4, 5 bags.
All right. And what'd you do with the bags?
I put them on the front deck.
Okay. All right, sir. And then after you put them on the front deck, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened next.
This is early in the morning now. So from when that happened, I dozed off for a couple of hours. Then I started doing that. When I came out of that, I saw that I freaked out. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I started putting the items in the bag. I put the bags in the front deck. I come inside. I start putting other stuff. I put it in the front deck. And then around 6 o'clock, around 5:30 in the morning or something like that, early in the morning, all this freaking out got me wanting to smoke a cigarette. So really bad, really bad. But I didn't have no cigarettes.
Okay. All right. And what did you do next?
I was gonna go to the gas station to buy cigarettes.
Your Honor, can I just inquire? We're about to go into a long videotape.
Oh,
And
okay.
this, I know we usually break around 4:30. I'll continue, or we can break if that's convenient
No,
for
it's
you, Your Honor.
probably a good time to break because it's clear we will not complete this witness by the end of the day.
Thank you.
So there's no sense getting into a video for 10 minutes, so. All right, so at this point in time, the court does intend to adjourn for the day. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I always do, I just want to remind you of your obligations under your oath. Again, please abide by those obligations, and we will see you back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court stands adjourned.